This video contains subject matter that may be offensive and disturbing to some people. If you are the type to require a warning throughout a video or show, let this message serve as your warning. This channel discusses the harsh reality of true crime. If this warning is not sufficient for you, consider a different genre and unsubscribe from my channel immediately. What's going on, freakazoids? How's it going? Yeah, man, every Tom, Dick, and Harry person is making videos now. There's this guy that does late-night psychic radio who's now suddenly an expert with this little quiet voice, and everybody's, ooh, that's so interesting. Hey, look at, here's the thing. Don't bring up people's names that are just random people out there and talk about it on the show. I mean, it's just, that's crazy. I mean, they put people's names out there like it's okay to do. I mean, like, you know, it's okay to talk about the inner circle people, boyfriends and all that, but just some random dude that you just want to throw his name out there because you want to? And, you know, here's the thing. Just because Kaylee's dad says, hey, you know, they threw out those guys' alibis too soon, doesn't mean those people are any more involved in anything at all at this point at all. It doesn't mean anything. It means that he's upset and he wants answers, and he's now thinking, boy, we should, you know, shouldn't have given them their, you know, cleared them so early. You know, what were their alibis? Right? It doesn't mean anything. Okay? Unfortunately, though, if you're somebody out there following the case, you want it to mean something and get all excited about it. Like, ooh, 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 oh my God, oh my God, oh my God. You know, just like Nancy Grace today said that they don't have his DNA in CODIS. Well, that doesn't mean that she really, you know, it doesn't mean that they did do that. We don't even know if they checked it or if there is DNA. That's her assumption based on if it was in CODIS, they'd already have made an arrest, which might be totally accurate. That's if they have a DNA sample. And it wasn't in CODIS. But nobody's told her, I guarantee it, yeah, we have his DNA and it's not in CODIS. Yeah, there's no way in hell that they're telling her that. Yeah. So, you guys, this is day 5 of the month. Got a good start to the month. Keeping up a decent pace. If you guys, I know that's, you know, probably have 30 people watching. 492 on this channel every single night. The only income that comes in from the channel is basically from you guys, the freaks, who support the channel, and channel memberships, super chats, and, you know, there's like super stickers and things like that. The ad revenue on live streams doesn't exist. That's a problem. Okay, so, you know, I do these 3-4 hour shows a day, every single day of the year, and then you guys help support the channel, and then I also, based off of what you guys do in helping me, I try to give back quite a bit. You know, over like right around 50% of the, well, it's over 50% of the net, but almost 50% of the gross. And then PayPal makes up a difference on the other side when people send it over there. All right, cool, awesome. So I was going to do the, just kind of go do the Delphi Theory breakdown first, And that way, all the people that are so antsy about it, like, Gray, you didn't do the Delphi thing. You didn't even put a time code. You didn't even do. Well, sometimes, you know, you're doing a show and it gets going, and you never make it to that. Okay, you never make it there. That's just the way it is. Okay, and I don't have time for childishness either. That's one of the problems. That's my issue. Okay, I just, you know, like, for example, in the Facebook group that we have regarding the Idaho 4, there's this group that we converted over, and man, there's been like 12,000 people joined it or something, or maybe even more than that since then. And then these people make these posts. They'll go, oh, God, did you guys see that thing on TikTok? It says this and this and this and this. And I'm going to delete any posts that people make in that group that don't provide a link or any way at all to find that piece of information. I mean, it's ludicrous, you guys. When you make posts or you make comments, send a link or something, because you're not an expert on anything, okay? So, like, hey, everybody, oh! You know, if you were, hell, I don't even know. Like, one of the famous medical examiners out there, you know, Baden or somebody. He was in there, I'd say, sure, great, awesome. And when I say anything, I'm talking about in true crime, where you just get to say something and all of a sudden it's true, okay? You might be experts at, you know, as a doctor. You might be an expert at construction. You might be an expert at being a janitor. You might be an expert at being a teacher. You might be this and all. No, Dr. Phil, if he said it, wouldn't be either. You know, it has to be somebody in law enforcement. Dr. Phil is Dr. Phil. Okay, yeah. So when you make claims, make damn sure that you have a backup to the claim, so that somebody can look at it and go, wow, that's awesome. Instead of it, that's how rumors get spread around like wildfire. Just like in the Kylie Rodney case, when Adventures with Purpose came forward and started making up a bunch of bullshit about people, you know, like this guy, this tow truck driver came upon the car, and then he said this and this and that and the other thing, and everybody started saying, oh my God, I go, oh my God, oh, it comes in this whole story, and none of it was true. None of it was true at all. Man, I sure as hell don't want to put myself in prison right off the get-go here. This is... Hey, Brianna. And the CEO of Ventures with Purpose. Yeah, well, that's just the reality of it. Huh? What does that even mean, Kumari? I don't even know what that means. I mean, I know what recidivism means, but how does that have to do with me? You know, try to type in. I have no idea what that means, man. Hey, thanks, Amber Maiden. Wow. And Tosh. Thank you guys for always being so supportive. If it wasn't for some of you people out there, it'd be really slow every single night. So I appreciate some of you realizing what's going on, that I do these shows every single night, and we've donated $52,000 to charity this year, and you know, so I really appreciate it. Thank you, Tosh. Good evening, Gray, mods and freaks. Thanks for standing up against the lunacy, Gray. It's much appreciated. Yep. Yeah, it's cool. Mama 457 Rose. And also Brianna Probst. How you doing, Brianna? You went through some crappy times a few months back, or more than a few months. All right, so I'm gonna just do my I'm just going to try to do it out of my memory here in the Delphi case. I'm going to try anyways. Let me turn off everything here. Oh, thanks, Eugenie. And you're one of those people, always helping out. Thank you. So many of you are. I mean, if I sat here and tried to name everybody, then I have to name everybody. There's about 40 of you that are always helping out all the time. So thank you very much. Thanks, Kumari Azad. Oh, behind bars, I see. Yeah, I do. Definitely get thrown behind bars a lot. Yeah, and my name isn't Gary. It's not Greg or. And I should say, my name isn't Greg. It's not Gary or Terry or Carrie or Jerry. Yeah, need to have a rap about that. My name isn't Greg. And it sure as hell ain't Gary or Larry or Carrie or Jerry or Barry. That'd be pretty sweet, right? That'd be pretty sweet. Yeah, got to work on that one. Got to work. And these numbers aren't good, by the way, so if you want to call in, you're just going to be dialing over and over and over again. Hey, thanks, Jen Baird. Appreciate it. And Tawny Lee and J. Sarah Books. What kind of books are those? You were the first comment today. Normally it's Tina Susser, so she was probably feeling a little slow on the draw when you made your first comment. Because she's always first, you know. And yeah, the pre-show chat, Tina Susser was a little slow today, okay? Let's be honest. She was second. All right, let me try to. I'm just going to do this right now. Let me try to do it in my head. In the Delphi case. So there was these slobs, these morons named Keegan Kline and his dad. Not really. They're just awful human beings. And Keegan Kline made a profile account back, in 2016. And he'd been using it another account prior, the Emma Leanne account in 2015, but Keegan Kline made the Anthony Schatz profile on, I think it was Snapchat and Instagram, I think in July, or around July 2016. And so he had the Anthony Schatz profile, and he was communicating with all these underage girls. He really didn't care. I mean, the younger the better for him, it seemed. And he just was communicating back and forth, and getting pictures sent to him, nude pictures, and they were being sent to him and he set up the accounts at his dad's residence in Peru, Indiana. I don't have it, up on the screen, but it was like right around in this area over here on the map. I don't have a pin on it right this second. Hey, thanks, Jody H. And yeah, so that's where the phones pinged when he set up these accounts, and when he would communicate with these girls using that app, and he would try to get them to send pictures, nude pictures. Apparently he set up a Dropbox account during that time where other people would communicate with him in the Dropbox. It was weird. I was just reading that in that document, the arrest warrant. There was this Dropbox account mentioned even on there. So it's pretty interesting. So he was communicating with people on there, and they served a search warrant on his home. So the girls ended up being murdered on February 13, 2017, and then they served a search warrant on at Keegan Klein's residence, his father's house. And when they went there, they found a ton of different various devices that were absolutely loaded up with child pornography and images. Thank you, DC Primetime. All kinds of images. And then, but what's weird about all this is, he had just got back from Las Vegas. And that's when they served the warrant. And they took a bunch of his communications devices, and he was okay with, as okay as he could be. I'm sure he wasn't happy that they were there, but he wasn't scared that they had all these different devices. But one phone that he didn't hand over to them, he claimed he didn't know where it was the phone that he was using during the time of the murders of Abigail Williams and Liberty German. And then the police took him down to the police station and gave him a lie detector test. And all the questions on the lie detector test were about the murders of Abby and Libby, because that's how the search warrant happened, because apparently he had liked a comment on it's a catfishing account, they know that, and there was a friend of Libby's that he was communicating with. This is what they knew at the time, and he liked one of Libby's comments, so they got a search warrant, led back to a IP address to Tony Klein, his father's home. They go there, and then they do the search warrant, and they seize all those devices. Then they took him down to the police station, gave him a polygraph test, and then after the polygraph test, he's let go, and all the questions on the polygraph were related to Abby and Libby. And they had already told him that that's why they were there prior to going down to the police station. So then when he got home, miraculously he finds that that phone, his iPhone, what is it, iPhone 5 or 6? I can't remember now what it was. But it was the phone that he was using during the time of the murders. Then he took the phone. This is all based off of forensic information. After he got home from getting his lie detector test, they know that just a couple hours later he was uninstalling, deleting Snapchat, Instagram, all these different accounts over and over and over again, installing, uninstalling, deleting, and they know that he did that. And then 2 days, the next day he was doing the same thing. Then after that he called them up and said, "Hey, I found the phone." And then he gave them the phone. And then but at that time they didn't have all this forensic information, I don't believe. And then amazingly, he just went poof. He just went quietly into that good night, as it were. Do not go gentle into that good night. Old age should be, that from that poem. He just went quietly into that good night, right? They didn't do anything regarding all the child pornography or anything at all related to that. They just forgot looking at him, because the big boogeyman of Ron Logan was in existence. So I'm doing this all by memory. I'm just trying to think about it. You have Ron Logan, man, an absolute scary dude, man. He even has the same clothes and everything. It's really creepy. So let's go look at Ron Logan, and to be able to search his property. Ron Logan lives. This is where the crime scene is. This is his property. And to get the search warrant, law enforcement had to sort of word things cleverly, using terms like not inconsistent with, or like the self. Look at here's what's crazy, right? There is no triangulation going on out here, and they're not using Wi-Fi. Okay, it's his cell phone, and there's a cell tower. I believe it's just right here. Look at this cell tower. It's right there. That's the only one, but it's right next to his house. And so the cell tower is there, and depending on which wedge of the pie those cell towers have, sometimes they have 4 90-degree transmitter. I don't know what you call those things, or they'll have 3 120s or 2 180s. Okay, and depending on which quadrant it is, that you'd know which direction the ping came from. But all it said was his phone pinged consistent with the crime scene. Well, guess what? His house is there. I mean, like, there's the cell tower right here, right? This is Ron Logan's house. This is the crime scene. Okay? You know, he lives here. He's able to walk around on his property, do things. So they looked at Ron Logan, and then it seems like they sort of just forgot about Kegan Kline, and they started looking at all these other random people. And that was in 2017. So on that day, the day of the murders, you know, so we already have Kegan Kline. He's out there communicating with all these different girls. And after the murders, he went to Las Vegas, then came home. They served a search warrant. But prior to that, based on information we know now, is that Kegan Kline, using the Anthony Schatz profile, was communicating with Libby. I mean, this is all stuff that came out in like 2020, maybe 2019-ish is when they were on this right track here. So they started, let me get my music playing here. Is this making sense? I know I'm kind of going back a little bit in time here. So that same Kegan Kline, Anthony Schatz person who was getting all the child pornography images and so forth and storing them on all of his devices, like a few weeks before the murders, was communicating with, and up until the murders, with Libby. And she really liked the guy, Anthony Schatz. You know, so Kegan Kline is a cave troll, an ugly cave troll. Like, cave trolls are already ugly, and Kegan Kline is an ugly version of one of those cave trolls, right? So he used this person named, Anthony Schatz profile, but had this model actor. And Libby was just so, I guess she was communicating back and forth, sending images, and likely those images were of the, I would imagine of sexual nature, because that's what this guy would try to get from people. Maybe not all of them, but I would imagine some might have been like that, I guess. And they were communicating and communicating. And then, when we move all the way up to February 13th, Libby and Abby were hanging out that weekend. Friday, Saturday, Sunday, and then Monday was a day off from school, a makeup snow day. Hey, thanks, the Velvet Army. How's it going? Yeah, so it's a day off from school. Let me get that. Hold on. Gotta make sure that's in the system. Oops. Alright, so it was a day off from school. And they were just hanging out, doing work around the house for Becky, Patty, who is the grandparents. But they had custody, so Becky, Patty, and Mike Patty. Mike Patty's a step-grandparent, but they are married, and they had full custody of Libby and Kelsey because their parents were deemed unfit by the courts, okay? So they had custody. But keep in mind, leading up to that very same weekend, the Anthony Schatz profile was communicating with Libby while she was at a sleepover at other people's homes. Right? So this account's communicating over and over and over again. And then on Monday, the school day that they had off, I believe it was Monday, right? Or was Monday the day they had? Yeah, I think Monday was the day off. But either way, it's February 13th, 2017. And they are at the house doing work around the home. But at 8 in the morning, the Anthony Schatz catfishing profile communicated with Libby at 8 in the morning, according to this 194-page document. And so that's crazy, right? Then They do some work around the home for Becky, and then Derek heads down to a town called Frankfurt to take some photographs for Becky's appraisal business. He on the way there, he gets a call. Well, so he's heading down there, and then Kelsey told everybody, "Hey, guess what? I'm going to be heading to my boyfriend's house." So now we know this is a little bit later, apparently. So let's just say around 1:35-ish, she takes off, but Derek had already left. But they didn't ask to get a ride from Derek, So you wonder when Derek said, "Hey, I'm leaving," it was just 20, 30 minutes before, they didn't want to get a ride to the Monenhigh Bridge and were just still doing work around the home. But then like 30 minutes later, 35 minutes later, when Kelsey said, "Hey, I'm going to go to work, but I'm going to go to my boyfriend's house first," then all of a sudden, Libby says, "Hey, can you give us a ride to the Monenhigh Bridge?" Like all of a sudden really excited about it. And then they got a ride there, and on the way there they called Derek, who would then pick them up in about an hour and a half to 2 hours. So that would mean he would get there between 3 and 3:30, something like that. And so let's see. So then the girls get dropped off right here, and now we know that they got dropped off at 1:49 because Kelsey is driving by right here at 1:49. So maybe let's just say 1:48 right here. They're dropped off. And now we know that there's this other woman named Sue, that we call her Sue. She drove by right here at 1:46, right here. So she was there just before the two girls parked her car. Now we know that that's the car that Kelsey saw. She only saw one car parked there. That's the car that she saw. The car parked. The person got out, 1:46. They walked down. And then there's this other person. In her mind at that point, there was a person there on the bridge, standing on platform 1, wearing blue jeans, a dark blue jacket, etc., etc., etc. Had all the stuff. 50 feet from him, he turns around. She turns around at 1:52-ish. Starts walking this way, and halfway, so you got to picture, Libby and Abby would have got out of the car at 1:48, got here at probably 1:50, probably walked slowly. Maybe they're waiting to meet the Anthony Schatz profile. They did. The Anthony Schatz profile did communicate with them at 8 in the morning that day. So is that who they were out here to see? So maybe they're walking a little bit slower. And so they're walking like this. And halfway between the bridge and the parking area, this individual named Sue passes what she believes was Abby and Libby, but at the time, it didn't mean anything to her. It's just two kids on a trail, right? So if you think about it, at that moment, Abby and Libby are walking like this, and the killer is here, and Sue's out of the picture. She's already over here. So now the only people that Abby and Libby are going to see when they continue walking is the bridge guy, the guy wearing the jeans and the dark blue jacket. We know now that, Richard Allen admits to being on platform 1 that day and at the bridge from 1:30 to 3:30. All right, so I'm not going to go through all of the whole. I made a whole video on the timing using Google Earth and animation, and so you guys can go watch all that. But so just as a bigger picture, if you go back through time, in 2017, they did a press conference just 10 days after the murders, produced an image, a still frame from Libby's phone that shows the suspect on it. They also produced "Down the Hill," audio that says "Down the Hill," and that's all they gave the public at the time. And then a few months after that, they released a sketch, and apparently that sketch was made purely off of the video because they didn't trust what maybe the witnesses described to them. Because apparently he kind of had his head down a lot and was covering his face. And then just over the years, there was all kinds of just rumors and rumors. Same shit that you see right now in the Idaho case. It just goes on and on and on. People almost like they get so bored that they invent something so that it'll be interesting to talk about, even though it's not real. Red puppy, and he did what he, huh? I don't know what that means, Paul. Is that a joke or? What if Logan bred the puppy? And if he did, what if he knew CVS sold puppy treats? Okay, yeah, well, yeah, there you go, man. By the way, there's no puppy in the story. For those of you who are just listening for the first time. Okay. I mean, it's kind of hard to do this because there's like 3 stories that compete with each other. You got the Kagan Klein stuff, and then now you've got Richard Allen. But Richard Allen wasn't even known during any of this time. So then in 2021 in December, that's when the information about Kagan Klein came out. None of us had heard of Kagan Klein prior. So the thing is when I brought him up a few minutes ago, realized that none of us had ever heard of him until a year ago. And the Anthony Shots profile, any of that stuff. Then Barbara McDonald did a good interview in the jail and interviewed him, and he basically was saying, yeah, my dad could have been able to do it, but I don't think he was, because he's supposed to be sleeping during that time. I mean, that's the main gist you get out of that. He talked about his dad and threw his dad under the bus. But then another document came forward that was created in 2020. It's a 194-page interview with Kagan Klein, and he went out of his way never to mention his father. Ever. And if I mentioned the Emily Ann account, it turns out Emily Ann is his stepsister's name. That's what it said in the search warrant at his house. I think I forgot that, but it says Emily Ann is his stepsister's name. Remember, Emily Ann if that's his stepsister, is the one that his father would chase, and one time she broke her bones because she was running and she tried to climb a tree or something, fell off, broke her. I mean, he scared her to death. All right, and then her brother, he bashed his head into a toilet, and during that squabble bit his wife's stomach, and some weird perverted sexual fantasy, realization at that moment. No idea what the hell he was doing. It's sick. But anyways, the Emily Ann account was created also and used back in 2016 and early part of 2017, and that account would try to normalize to any of the girls out there, meeting up with and having sex with, so Emily Ann pretended, hey, I've had sex with my brother and my dad, or whatever. He was trying. The Emily Ann account was trying to make it seem normal for the girls that she was communicating with to be with older people, and that's what that was all about. And that's all Emily Ann was. It was sort of a lure. Girls probably feel more comfortable talking to another girl. Then after talking with the other girl for a while, they're like, hey, you should meet this person. And then they communicate with that person. And then they pretend that there's some other person, a catfishing account, a hot-looking guy. And then they sit in the dark while the other person sends them pictures. And it's really disgusting shit. And that's what these were doing. And Libby apparently was in one of those communication sort of strings with likely Kagan Klein, using the Anthony Shots profile, but then they would upload the pictures to a Dropbox account, and guess what, everybody? The Dropbox account led to one of the largest child pornography rings in Indiana state history. So when you put that together and you think, wow, so that led to the Dropbox account, and I think, sometimes I think, is it possible, and I hate that phrase, but it seems like some of these people that were using the Dropbox account might be looking at pictures and then wanting to meet those people. So you might have somebody like a Kagan Klein using the Anthony Shots profile that somebody would say, hey, maybe I could, can I meet that person? And they're trying to make it, normalize it. And they set up a meeting, or they figure out where they're going to be for that person to go watch or something. And I really do. I think the Dropbox account has something to do with all this. So then we move forward. At this time, Kagan Klein, they did arrest him, I think, in 2020. Yeah, it was 2020 they arrested him on all those charges, but it took him 3 years to do it. And you wonder if they purposefully didn't arrest him now to kind of monitor all of his communications and see if he was still using some of those accounts. Like the Dropbox and any of the other, starting up what he was doing again. So he was arrested. And then we heard, it was December 2019, they put out a press release saying, we'd like anybody that's communicated with the Anthony Shots profile using Snapchat or any of these other different programs to call us. And if you ever met the person, give us a call as well. So that's what they did. And then right after that, the Anthony Shots profile and somehow Wish TV was able to quickly come up with the Anthony Shots profile is associated with Kagan Klein, and that's what led to the Barbara McDonald interview, then the 194-page document, and then a Ron Logan document came out that really has nothing to do with anything other than it had interesting information on it. It had information on the crime scene, that the girls were moved, that the video was 43 seconds long, and down the hill, when that set is near the end of it, I put out a video that shows you how far back the killer likely was at the very beginning of the video, way back there. And so here, basically, that's just sort of sets up this. So I think that Richard Allen in some way had communicated with Kagan Klein, and possibly through the Dropbox account. Something related to that. And I think that the meeting, that Libby was supposed to be there. Abby wasn't the target, it was Libby. So Libby and Abby were there, but Libby was going to be there, and she communicated that somehow to the Anthony Shots profile, which is likely Kagan Klein, and then, or his father, we don't really know. And then let's see, then that information was told somehow to Richard Allen, and when he got there, that's why he was in a hurry. When he got to the bridge, he had his head down, hands in his pocket, and he was hustling because he wanted to make sure he didn't miss out. It's unbelievable. He got there, so he got here at 1:30, and I think the sighting of 4 people here is really irrelevant. It would have been 3. He gets here at 1:30, gets out of his car. These girls definitely could have been walking by here right around the 1:32 mark. He walks this way. He would have got down here at 1:42, and he's just hanging out, waiting, because he was told the girls will meet you at the bridge, something like that. The girls are going to meet me at the bridge, but you can be me. You know what I'm saying? Like it's Richard Allen is going to be the Anthony Shots profile, but not really, right? He just knows that the girls are going to be there, and when they get there, he's just hoping that what the situation that arose happened, that there wasn't a soul there. So when Abby and Libby they get there and they start walking like this. They start going across the bridge. He passes them at this point. So he's standing there on platform 1, and he goes this way. So those people that had the southeast side thing, hey, you're almost right, except it's on the other side. And he walks over here, I bet, to make them feel safe. And they started walking out here, and then at some point he came back this way, corralled them over here, and Abby says, "Is that a gun?" He's got a gun. And then he pulls out he does have his gun, and he says, "Guys, down the hill." And he has them go down the hill right there, and he kills them over here. He spends an hour and a half with them. It's amazing. I mean, an hour and a half. And a lady driving by sees at 3:57 a person who's bloody and muddy walking this direction. And apparently when he drove in, he parked his car at the abandoned CPS building. Now these clowns out there are making a big deal that, hey, there's a Carroll County Farm Bureau building right here, everybody. Well, first of all, let's take a look at it. Yeah, that doesn't look like a really, it might be sort of old, but that's the Farm Bureau building. But guess where it is? It's nowhere near anything. Richard Allen lives right here. Why would Richard Allen park at the Carroll County Farm Bureau building and then walk all the way past his house? I mean, just look at it logistically. So people are making a big deal about it. Like, oh my God, there really is a farm building. Another error. No, it's not. It's not an error. Richard Allen said that he was at the old Farm Bureau building, but it turns out where he really was at the abandoned CPS building here. Because later he said that was at the old building there, And his next move was to be right here at the Freedom Bridge. Look how close that is here. So you're going to say that what he really meant was that he parked at this building south of his house? Why the hell would he even do that? Why not just walk from your home to go over there? Does that make any sense to anybody? No. So please, everybody, don't make a big deal. Like, think through things. Like you're almost working too hard or trying too hard to find something when you do stuff like that. It's ridiculous. Just show it on a map and you'd laugh at it. It's dumb. So anyways, Richard Allen gets there at 129. Probably over in this area right over here by 140 something. And then Sue gets there probably at 152. And that's not her. And she turns around. And then Abby and Libby pass her right there. And they get right here probably about 156 or so. Take that first photograph of the full length of the bridge at like 205. Then 207 take the photograph of Abby on the bridge. And then at 2:13, Libby starts rolling the video of the same guy walking towards him, which Richard Allen admitted to being by saying he stood on platform 1. Okay? There you go. So I think overall, like I was saying before, that Richard Allen had access to this Dropbox account and somehow communicated with Kagan that he was interested in this type of look, right? Like his daughter, I mean, it's kind of weird to say, but one of his daughters looked similar to Libby, and just sort of, I don't know if he was fantasizing or what he was doing, but he had access to it. This is just my opinion here, everybody. I can't prove this stuff, but I'm using information that's in the case. Okay? So this is the order would be is that, so I gave you all the groundwork, that Kagan Klein had the Dropbox account, he had the Anthony Schatz profile, the Emily Ann profile, and they were using that to lure girls, posted pictures onto the Dropbox that obviously other people had access to. Richard Allen may have conveyed his interest in a particular person, because Libby isn't the typical look that people are looking for. And so you had the Kagan Klein account communicating with Libby, and then you have Richard Allen, or a person like Richard Allen, killing Libby. Okay? But anyways, so Richard Allen is made aware that Libby was going to be out there because she had communicated with the Anthony Shots profile at 8. Maybe there was other communication, and we also know that Libby factory reset her phone a week before the murder, and we always thought, okay, well, she was glitching and so forth. But man, Kagan Klein factory resets his phone more often than most of us update our phones, okay? Like he literally, so you start wondering, did he have, using the, here's how I could see him doing this. So Libby's got this phone, he's been communicating with the Anthony Shots profile, a guy that's like 18 years old, a little old, so he says to her, hey, listen, I really like you, we've been having these great conversations, but I just realized something, I don't want to get in trouble. Is there any way you could factory reset your phone? I mean, we'll still hang out and chat and do all this stuff, but I just realized that, there's some stuff on there that I would get in trouble. You wouldn't want to get me in trouble, would you? So anyway, she factory resets her phone, and there's just very little communication after that, probably. I mean, who knows? So that, the phone was factory reset, but I was just throwing that in there as an aside because you need to know that piece of information. Hey, thanks, Irene Cipher. So then Richard Allen, he's made aware through Kagan Klein and the Anthony Shots profile that Libby is going to be there. Richard Allen drops everything. He gets out there. I mean, hell, I bet you he skidded to a stop. He walks to the bridge, heads down. He seems to be in a hurry, really focused. That's how even, like, girls described him. Like, wow, yeah, he seemed really... Thanks, Irene. And then he walks over there, and he does exactly what I just showed you guys a minute ago, and he takes them over there, kills them, and then he exits at 3:57, actually, not 3:59. 3:57, seen walking this way, muddy and bloody. Now, Kagan Klein, the murder sheets put out some, whether you like them or not, they've put out interesting information. And accurate a lot of the times. I can't say every single time. They say that Kagan Klein admitted that he was waiting somewhere in a car, okay? He was waiting somewhere in a car for somebody. He also looked up the Marathon gas station, which is right around in this area. I don't have the pins all out here. There it is. Yeah, right there. So that's the Marathon gas station. And look how close that is. Richard Allen lives right there. So it's right there. He looked up the gas station. So, to be honest with you, is Kagan the one that drove him there at 1:30? We don't know, right? I mean, maybe it was Kagan who was right here. Then this is the route you would have gone so that you're coming in, because the car that drove by here at 127 was heading this direction. And that's the only thing that really makes sense. I mean, I don't think you're going to keep driving way over here just to keep doing something. So from the home, it goes like this. But look how close Marathon is. So you can look at it two different ways. Either Kagan drove there, waited for him, and then gave him a ride home, and then later, we'll get to that in a minute, did some other things, but, or did Richard Allen kill the girls, maybe film something? I know it sounds crazy, but it's really not crazy given what's going on in this case. Film what happened at the crime scene, and then Richard Allen drives up here, just like that, and then meets Kagan Klein somewhere near the gas station, hands him the phone, maybe the Samsung phone or whatever. Then he drives home and he has nothing with him, and maybe even the knife. He wouldn't give her the gun because he didn't use the gun to fire on anybody and didn't realize that there was a bullet sitting out there. So he didn't give the gun or anything. He just gave the knife and maybe the phone, and then he goes home. And he feels really safe because he's not the one that was ever communicating with Libby and Abby, right? So he's not worried about it. He's not worried about it at all. Or Libby, basically. All right, so we're moving. I'd like to jump back and forth because that's kind of how you have to do it here. And then I believe it was in August this year or early September. They were searching the Wabash River up in Peru, Indiana, which is right over here. And again, I don't have all my pins. I think it's right. Yeah, right there. They were searching the Wabash River right here. And basically they were searching there because Kegan Kline had told them that there was something in the river that he put into the water. They even took him out and he showed them where he threw it in. They spent like 5 weeks there looking around. Doug Carter flew over. Just prior to him going there, though, he was at Grissom Air Force Base. I think it's, yeah, there it is right here. And while he was there, several federal agencies had him there. They took him, Indiana State Police got custody of Richard Allen not Richard Allen, of Kegan Kline. I'm sorry if I said Richard Allen. Of Kegan Kline, and brought him here, and federal agencies were talking to him because remember, he had the Dropbox account that led to one of the largest child pornography rings in Indiana State history, and maybe it had larger implications. They brought him here, they got custody of him, and I think that's the time where they took him out to that bridge, and they asked him to show, he claimed that he threw something in the water, and then they took him there, he showed them. They even brought out like crash people for trajectory and things. They were searching the water for weeks and weeks and weeks. Whether they found anything or not, we don't know. But just 3 weeks or 2 or 3 weeks after they were searching in here, they did a search at Richard Allen's house. Okay, now wouldn't it be more likely that Kegan Kline produced information that led to that? In fact, they might have already had Richard Allen's name and were searching to find the items that Kegan knows that he threw in the water that Richard Allen had. Okay, so that doesn't that make sense? Like the name came up, and they just didn't realize that they'd ever talked to him. They go, wow, we've never talked to him. So then one of their guys went digging through some of their old files somewhere, and that's where they came up with the Richard Allen account, and they were shocked to realize that he had actually come forward and said he was at the bridge from 1:30 to 3:30 on February 13, 2017, exactly during the time frame that Abby and Libby were murdered. He even said he stood on platform 1 and saw the same 3 girls that saw him walking in committedly. Okay, and it's like 20 minutes later, another person sees him standing on platform 1, and he admits to being on platform 1. Then all the other witnesses that are out there for the entire day never saw another person wearing blue jeans or the dark jacket or anything. And the reason is because at 2:13 he's never seen again by anybody else out there, because he had already taken the girls down the hill and killed them and was hanging out at the crime scene. And then he goes up to 300 and he heads back to his car and gets out of there. All right, you guys? So that's my theory right there. I think that Kegan Kline had given Richard Allen access to the location where Libby was going to be. He hustles out there. There's 2 of them, but he recognizes Libby, and he still, sort of hustles them off the end of the bridge after catching up to him. I would imagine the girls even saw him coming, because they probably walked by him. He was right there at the end of the bridge when they got there, and he probably was the creepy guy. He was a creepy guy, and they walked by, ooh, what a creep, and then he kept walking away. So then they felt comfortable again, and they were whimsically taking photographs, the one of the full bridge. Abby's just walking, fun. You can't see Richard Allen or anybody like Richard Allen behind him, in the photograph. That means he's likely back in the woods somewhere, just like I showed you. Then, as he watches them, he keeps moving forward. If that was like 4K or higher, you probably might be able to make out a person back there, but it's not. It's like a really low caliber quality image there. And so then he comes out of the woods, catches up to him. They're probably halfway across, or maybe even 2/3 of the way across when he gets on the bridge, because a committed person on that bridge can walk across in 3 to 4 minutes. It took them 6 minutes, or at least when they started filming him. They might have been on, like Libby might have been off the end of that bridge for a while, and Abby was taking a while, a little bit slower, and she was still on the bridge when this video right here was filmed. This one right here. That thing. And those people back there are not really there, everybody. It's an overlay over an old image, okay? Yeah, so there you go. And he's coming towards them, has them go down the hill, kills them, drops something off, and to add more to it is that Kagan Klein and the father, they went to Las Vegas, like not too long after the murders. And guess what? Kagan Klein, and they claim that they went there for sightseeing. There's no way in hell that's why they went there. Those two people have never gone sightseeing in their entire lives. They went there to do something else. What that something else is, we don't actually really know. But one thing we do know is that while there, Kagan Klein claims to have found a Samsung phone in the back of a rental car, which he promptly factory reset. Okay? He factory resetted that one. So how do we really know that he found that phone? We don't. Okay? What it seems like it's a possibility is that there was some CSAM material that was put on that phone on that day of very high price because of what happened out there. And there might have been, I'm just saying I didn't even know this shit existed, and I wouldn't even have considered it, but I do know it exists now, and I actually think that there's a possibility, and they were even looking for the possibility of video or images of the crime when they did the Ron Logan search, okay? They put that in the document. So I think it's possible that Richard Allen transferred a phone and maybe his weapon to Kagan Klein, who drove back on his way to Peru, threw the knife and whatever else into the river, and then took the material. I don't know if, I don't really know exactly, how he transferred it. I just think the Samsung thing is interesting. But anyways, they took the media to Las Vegas. That's where they made their little deal, and then they come back home. And then, right then, a search warrant happens. And guess what? That's when he doesn't provide the phone that he was using during the time of the murders. Yeah, it's a snuff film. Yeah, it's not good. That's what I think. Are we buffering at all here? Seems good. My screen looks buffering, but... So what do you guys think? Do you think that is a possibility? It feels pretty good to me. Yeah, it could be just totally... And one of the reasons that I think that this is a good theory is if it's not something like that, then that means that Libby on that weekend and that day was communicating with this catfishing account, sharing intimate conversations and images, and then at 8 in the morning the account communicated with her. And that account would have met her that day because after the girls went missing, the account, Anthony Schatz, responded to one of Libby's friends who communicated with Anthony Schatz and said, "Hey, did you hear what happened?" And they said, "No, what?" "Well, they're missing," or it could have been that they were found murdered. And he said, "Oh, wow, I was supposed to meet them today." Or that day, right? So then we're going to have to believe that but for the fact that Abby and Libby were murdered by a random killer, the catfishing account, Kagan Klein, that's the only reason that they didn't get to meet Libby that day, was because a random killer named Richard Allen killed Libby. So I don't think that that's believable. That's just too... We do know that there's a ton of psychos out there, but my God, really? And recently, McClellan, the prosecutor, said that they're looking for... they didn't want to release that document because I don't know how it was related, but he said that they believe somebody else was involved with the murder. Okay? Now, whether my theory is true or not, just like the theory that I put out weeks ago on the boyfriend of Kaylee, I do not know. Okay? Hey, wow, thank you so much. Anna, that's very, very kind of you. Wow. Here, do I have my... did I catch that? Okay, so I put that at the beginning of the show so that all the Delphi people won't complain again when it's not there. Oh wow, I actually got money again from Scene of the Crime. I guess people are watching that again. Hey, thanks so much. Is that a totally different name, Anna Lily's mom, on there? Like a... On PayPal.
Great work. We also sent a PayPal your way.
Well, thank you. I got that one too. Thank you very much. I got your names in there. You just might win. Yeah, it feels like it was coordinated, for sure.
Having his email number removed from his phone.
Wait, what was that? Oh, what is the significance of Richard Allen? Well, it's actually the fingerprint ID of his phone, so they were saying. So I guess he could have brought his phone with him. What if it was something like this? So let's say Richard Allen also had a Samsung. There was an error also in that they said that the Samsung phone was an iPhone. I was kind of reading it going, what do you mean? Samsung isn't an iPhone, is it? That's in the arrest warrant document. I mean, not the arrest warrant, the search warrant at his property. Not Richard Allen. It was in the Kagan Klein, 2017. I think it was on the 25th of February, when they searched his residence. They said an iPhone, or they said Samsung so-and-so. This iPhone was found. It's like, wait a minute, that doesn't make sense. Yeah, well, the Floor of Fire, I'm not really sure what's going on in that one. That story, there's there's even less information to digest on that case, in terms of stories or anything. Yeah, Garrett Kurtz killed a couple people and also knew Ron Logan. But yeah, I'm talking about like on Libby that day, 2 predators on the same day, and not very likely. Hey, thank you, Kim, for upgrading there. Yeah, so you too, if you'd like to be, anybody out there want to become a channel member, that would be awesome. And thank you, Superfly up there. Also, welcome. All right, let's see. When would autopsy be? Oh, I don't know. I don't even know if they'll ever unseal the Ooh, Jesus, what's going on over here? I think it's almost time for a new monitor over here, you guys. This one's going nuts. And that's where all your help over the years on PayPal. I got a fund. This monitor blinks out and it just started going like this. So I'm definitely gonna have to. What is that, a Dell? Yeah, I'm gonna order one. Explain the staging. Well, I think they were killed and they were just moved a bit, maybe behind trees or something. Libby, it sounds like Abby may have been sat up against a tree with a hood over and her arms crossed, and then Libby was on the ground covered with leaves or something like that. I don't know if you would call it like staging. I mean, I don't know. Staging seems like there's an intent to deceive, where in this case it seems more like posing, right? Even though that has the same effect.
What did you think of my PCA?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. DC primetime. What do you think of the PCA theory? I don't know what yours is, Richard. I don't. You know, I don't know. I've never heard of you. Let's see. Welcome to everyone just joining. What do you think of my theory? Jesus. Let's see. Where they were killed, they were not moved and brought back. But thank you. Yeah. Right. So I mean, DC said something, but I think that's what I was just saying a second ago. Is that staging is you're trying to deceive law enforcement to make it appear, it'd be like pulling drawers out at a crime scene to make it look like there was a robbery, you know, maybe making a blood trail go out the back when that's not what it was. Posing is different. It's just it's sort of almost, it's kind of can be looked at as a signature in a way, you know. Welcome, back pain forever. Yeah, I know the feeling. Back pain forever. Boy, that's I know, that's what I didn't get that, Sasmir, why they would say Samsung and then... Huh. Oh, God. Can you guys not... Whenever somebody makes weird comments, don't go up and pretend that they're telling you something. Yeah, we know that you think he sold weed. But that's not what he was doing there. Remember how he's like, oh, you guys saw that? I was talking to some guy who really good dope dealer. Yeah. We just couldn't... I guarantee you that was somebody else. All right. I don't want to bring up that part, Beth. It's not relevant to my theory. Yeah, we already talked about that the other day. There was other people out there. They saw nobody. Yeah, Derek got there at 3:15 and he looked for her, you know, looked for Libby and Abby, went around, that part's almost moot at this point. We were told a long time ago that Derek was there for at least, or the killer was there for at least 20 minutes of the time Derek got there. Yeah, I said all the stuff that I wanted to say. Why would I bring up the ski mask incident? It's not part of the story that I wanted to tell. I told you what I wanted to tell you. I'm telling you why Richard Allen was out there. Yeah, those people, Cheyenne and all of them, have nothing to do with the story anymore, other than timeline information. Derek, Cheyenne, all of them. Derek and Cheyenne were there when the killer was there. They just didn't see the killer, and it just means that they're sort of evidence. And what I said earlier in referencing them, I said there was a lot of other people that were there between, during that time frame. They didn't see him anymore, and the reason they didn't see them anymore, remember when I said this, is because he went down the hill at 213 with the girls, and he killed them, and he stayed over at the crime scene and went out a different direction. Just because I didn't bring up the actual names of those people, it doesn't matter, because they're not relevant anymore to the timeline and the information that's out there. That's the truth of it. Yeah, about 3 bad brothers. Yeah. Oh yeah, he was looking for fish, and he was looking at the stock market. Don't you think it's funny when I tell a story and people go, "Don't forget about the..." No, I'm not. I didn't bring those up on intentionally, because they just muddy things up with too many things. Like, oh well, there was this other time when Kagan Klein, the Anthony Schatz profile, was communicating with a person that's a friend of Kagan Klein. Well, that is Kagan Klein, but they asked for an address. Well, the thing is Kagan Klein knew the girl, so he wouldn't need the address. So who was it really? Law enforcement thinks that it's Kagan's dad that also was using the account, and they've always thought that. And I'm wondering, and he's the same age basically as Richard Allen. So you start wondering, is there a connection there somehow? We just don't know. Man, I wish you guys could get up and just tell a story and see when people go, "Hey, you left out this part and you left out this one." And nope, I didn't. I told you the parts that I think are relevant now. Derek, he gets there at 3:15, and he didn't. He tried calling, and his daughter, Libby, didn't answer the phone and everything. And then he walked around and he left, and he never saw anything. Here's the part that is kind of creepy about Derek, though, if you want to see a creepy thing, is Derek, he was right here at 3:30, or about, let's see. No, he was down here at 3:30, got back up here at 3:45, and then he walked over to the Freedom Bridge. Actually, at about 3:50, he was at the Freedom Bridge, and then he got back here at 4. He was just looking to see if they went those directions. And Richard Allen was muddy and bloody at 3:57. So at some point, like right in this area, so check this thing out. Derek would be right here-ish, and Richard Allen would be somewhere in this area here. I mean, right there. He was very close to him at some point, So that's kind of a creepy thought there, isn't it? Because Derek, when he went looking, he walked like this, then he went down this trail right here, because a flannel shirt guy said that he didn't see anybody, which absolutely makes sense. None of these people, the flannel shirt guy, the arguing couple, Cheyenne and her friends, Derek, these are all people that started showing up after 2:45, and none of them saw anybody matching Richard Allen's description. And the reason is because he wasn't there, but he says he was there till 3:30, right? But how come nobody knows? Nobody had seen him, and there was multiple people there. So what was Richard Allen doing? Well, what he was doing was he was at the crime scene killing people. He's a monster, right? But yeah, I know all about those parts. It just gets too jumbled up when you bring in all those extra things. Yeah, and here's, you want to know what the reality is? My whole theory right there is based on me believing that there is a connection just based off of the odds. Like, wow, what are the odds? And the truth is, it's absolutely possible that he just went out there and was hunting that day. And he's just some random guy, and they literally did just stumble upon him. But I have a hard time believing all of that. I wouldn't be surprised at all if they stumbled upon Richard Allen a little bit earlier than we think. Well, here, look at it like this. They went to his house on the 16th, right? Don't you think that they knew about that name before that? Like they didn't see the conversation on the 16th and go, oh, and get a search warrant like the same second. I bet you they found the Richard Allen name before that, and that makes it even closer to the time they stopped searching the Wabash River. But you might look at it like this. What if they found Richard Allen's name and said, hey, quit searching the Wabash River. I think we found the guy. You know, that's definitely a possibility, right? Definitely a possibility. Who are you referring to, LMM? Oh, the Anthony Schatz said he was in Vegas? Oh. Yeah, that must have been after the Sunday, or the Monday there. I don't know if there was money involved at all. No idea. Yeah, well, who's in charge? You know, the Anthony Schatz profile was created at Tony Klein's residence. Law enforcement apparently, based on what Murder Sheet said, thinks that Tony Klein had something to do with the murders. And all of a sudden they arrest a guy named Richard Allen. They're the same ages. The Dropbox account that Anthony Schatz profile, or Kagan Klein, created led to one of the largest child pornography rings in Indiana state history. I mean, it's just hard to say, wow, that's not related. It's very difficult. I mean, I don't know. He should still have a job, Melanie. I wouldn't fire that guy. I'd fire. Here's what I would think. The people that are the biggest problem are the people who don't share enough information with all the people that are maybe going to be getting information from people so that they can look at it and go, wow, this is really, really important here. And then later on might even think of something. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, what if they knew about him since 2019? That's something I was wondering about too. When they did the reset, did they already know about Richard Allen? But I don't know. I don't think so, though. I think the name was given up after, in my theory, it would have taken until December of 2021 when they started working and cutting a deal with Kagan Klein that name would have surfaced. So I would think, you know, maybe it was in the summer sometime. I mean, I would say definitely it's very possible before they started searching the Wabash River, they already had that guy's name. Because what if back in July, Kagan said, hey, all right, I'm working a deal. I think his name is Richard Allen. You know, I met him once, you know, whatever the hell it was. And then they were going, Richard Allen. Man, we've never even talked to the guy. Holy crap. We never talked to him. And then they said, but we had to have talked to him. He's lived there all this time. We've talked to every male in the town. And then after digging and digging and digging and digging and looking around, oh my God, there he is. I don't know how they would have had Richard Allen's name without Kagan Klein if they're related. And if they're not related, then it seems like the information that Richard Allen gave to the conservation officer would be enough, right? I mean, wouldn't you... Like, for example, we keep saying if he'd come forward the first week and said, hey, everybody, I was at the bridge. I was there at from 1:30 to 3:30. I saw these 3 girls walking by. Yes, I did have my blue jeans on, the jacket, and all that stuff. You would go, boom, search warrant, immediately. So what would be the difference later? I mean, later they even have all the witnesses and everything that corroborate the fact that he was there. Yeah. Want to have one piece of evidence that will check the case. That's the problem. They don't want to share the information. You know, I've told my theory multiple times, but I just thought I'd do it in a longer form. You know, just with a little bit more details and stuff. Yeah.
Freak and mod love __
Thanks, Colleen Dahman.
_basic generous.
Yeah, well, he set that meeting up tomorrow. We already went over that the other day. You know, he calls him up and says, "Hey, conservation officer, hey, come meet me here. I wanted to let you know what I have some information for you." Let me ask you this: I bet you in the entire Delphi case, there isn't one other person in the town of Delphi, that called police to go meet them somewhere, or the authorities. I just guarantee it. The reason Richard Allen did it was to, he knew that he was seen by 3 girls there. He probably saw the other girl, but she was 50 feet away and knew that she couldn't really ID him. But he walked right by those other 3 girls, and one of them even said hi, and he didn't say anything back. So he knows that and he's nervous that they'll recognize him because it was close up at the CVS or something like that. And then it's also possible that he came forward after the image was released and was just doing almost a fishing expedition, ironically, with the conservation officer. Like, yeah, I was out there, you know, I was there from 1:30 to 3:30 and I didn't see anybody. Yeah, but I just wanted to let you know I just want to help and do anything I can. Really, but how did you actually help? You came forward, but how are you helping when you're saying, okay, here's what I would say. If you went out to the bridge and you're a guy in the town and you were out there and you never saw a soul, would you even, I mean, you might think to tell them just on a tip line or something like, yeah, I was out there, I didn't see a damn thing. You might do that, but you might not at all, because you didn't see anything that you would think is like, you see the image of the guy, you didn't see that guy, or you're really going to start talking. See, but he might have seen his own reflection and saw that picture and said, wow, they actually have a picture of me. And so at that moment, he got a hold of the conservation officer, said he was out there to 1:30 to 3:30. He was hoping to figure out how that image was produced, because he didn't notice that Libby was filming him. And he was thinking the conservation officer would say, oh, was that you in the picture? And then he could say, oh, yeah, that was me, blah, 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 blah. But that never really happened. And that might have actually led to the arrest. I mean, I guarantee he would have been arrested immediately had he said, oh, yeah, that's me in that picture. Yep, that's me. And all it would have taken was a real simple ruse where they would have, second he says he was there, you just say, hey, let me show you something. Yeah, we were thinking it kind of looked like you. This guy right here. And he'd say, yeah, that was me. But you have to say first, this kind of looked like you. That this was, and the problem is that well, not the problem, but when it was first released, we didn't know where it came from. I knew it was a still from a video just based on the quality of it immediately. But he might have seen it and then just said, as soon as he said that he was there from 1:30 to 3:30, and he told the conservation officer, a simple trick would just be, yeah, now we've got this trail camera out here. This looks a hell of a lot like you. So I guess you're telling the truth. Good for you. Yeah, thank you for coming forward. We need honest people. And I want to thank you for saying that is you on the trail camera. Thank you. And he'd say, oh, yeah, that's me. Yep, I was just looking at fish, walking across. There's some really good fish on the other side, everybody. Really good-looking fish over there. Oh, I'm sorry. Can you put your hands behind your back immediately? Because we already know that that was an image taken from Libby's phone, and you're the one that said down the hill, good night now. Even though that wasn't out yet, because that was on the 15th, they only put out the image. We've already shown the search. What search warrant? Oh, I mean at Richard Allen? Yeah, that'd be cool. Are there many? The real mystery is what type of... Well, there's a lot of them out there, Patsy Cline. Isn't that sad? Are there many or any missing girls in the area leading up to the murders? Oh, there's people that try to relate the Evansdale murder of Lyric and Elizabeth, but that was years before. And why? Why are you glad about the ski mask story? Like, what is it? Just sort of sensationalism that you're interested in, or it's just it doesn't have anything to do with anything? Yeah, the ski mask story is again, Kagan Klein knew a girl right there in Peru, Indiana. Then the Anthony Schatz profile communicated with the girl and asked for the address. And then this person in a mask showed up at the house. I think it was before going to Las Vegas. Yeah, it was. And then when he was questioned about it, Kagan Klein, years later in the 2020 interview, he said, why would I need her address? I know where she lives. And that's because law enforcement believes it was the dad who wanted to get the address. No, LMM, it's not. You're not one of the Ron Logan people, are you, LMM? I hope you're not. That'd be embarrassing. So how many people do you think are directly involved in the murder of the two girls? I think my opinion is there's only one person directly involved, but there could be somebody there else at the crime scene. I don't know. I mean, was that a pre-planned spot? I wonder if anyone came forward saying they had met with KK. Couldn't have been the first setup in the theories, huh? God, Jesus. Yeah, he has met other people before. We already know that. Some people met him and said, oh my God. Well, Annie, we've already talked about that 1,000 times on the show. It's actually in one of the Murder Sheet podcasts as well, that he met somebody before and they were like, oh my God, and they ran away and he got really angry. But then he messaged later and said he was sorry. Yeah. But yeah, they were just looking for more people that communicated. I thought maybe someone else could be involved because of the possible multiple vehicles spotted at the CPS building area. Well, I don't know. I don't know what kind of cars that Kagan Klein had access to. I mean, it'd be interesting if that wasn't even Richard Allen's vehicle and it was somebody else's. But here's the thing. Richard Allen says he parked at the abandoned building, or at an old building. All right, so that's pretty obvious. So when you hear people trying to throw you, a bunch of jive about, ooh, there really is a Carroll County, there is a county farm bureau building. Oh my God. Well, he didn't park here. I can tell you that. Because if he did, why wouldn't he just walk from his home to the crime scene over here, Yeah. The only way that Ron Logan has any possibility is if he's some other weird connection through the Dropbox or something. He's not the guy on the bridge. That's all I try to tell people. is I don't know anything else that he might have been involved with. I don't think he is. However, I know for certain that he's not the guy on the bridge, despite what the crazy-ass private investigator tells the shows every freaking day. He's a lunatic. Oh, I can see the white mustache, everybody! Yeah, I can too. I showed you an image in the community section with a Colonel Sanders mustache. It's clear as day. If you zoom in really tight using digital DNA, you can definitely see that white mustache. Yeah. Well, Tim, what you believe and what the reality is are probably two different things. Okay, you can believe whatever the hell you want, but that FBI agent on the channel is a yeah, he's not an FBI agent. He calls himself a private investigator. He's always on court TV for some reason. It's just it's a I mean I don't know. I don't know, man. I can't do it. No, how do you know? Be nice, Buddy Cat. See, when you say, I do think Ron Logan made money. Yeah. How come? Yeah. There's crazy people there, LMM, but Ron Logan isn't the bridge guy. We know that, right? LMM? You sound like you're starting to buy into all the crazy conspiracy, nonsensical, whack job stuff. I thought you were more reasonable and logical. You're starting to sound kind of crazy. Court TV will just be another, yeah. Did he bring? Right. That's what I'm saying. Like, Ron Logan could possibly be some other connection somehow. I don't know. They seemed interested in him. But here's one of the things. They had his phone pinging at 209 somewhere down here, right? Well, 213's over here. They said his phone was pinging in the area not there, over here, like at 209. The crime scene is right there, right? So, 213's when the video was shot. Then they go down the hill. They're likely over here at 220, So then you go, ooh, Ron Logan, he was waiting down there at 209 for them to get there at 220. Hey, I'm over here, right? I guess I can't say that that's impossible. Yeah, and then, by the way, yes, leave the bodies on my property so that everybody can see them. Right, it's so stupid. The pinging data, he lives there. This could have been a 95-year-old grandma living here, and her phone would have pinged at exactly the same place as his did, Ron Logan's. And guess what, everybody? Why would law enforcement need to have the probable cause document secret if it was Ron Logan? He's dead, everybody. He's not going to be climbing out of the grave saying, it's not me, damn it! All right, so if law enforcement believed that the other person involved was Ron Logan, they just would have said, hey, we think it's possible that Ron Logan had something to do with it. We're going to look into that. You get what I'm saying? It doesn't make sense. And also, if it was Keegan Kline, it doesn't make sense because he's been part of this case for like a year. Everybody knows about him. It wouldn't be a shock. It's not hiding anything. All the people that knew Keegan Kline or the Anthony Shots profile know that he's associated with the Dropbox. There's nothing to hide if it's him. So it's somebody else that they think is involved. That makes sense? Can anybody tell me why? How about you, LMM? Type it in. Why do you think they would need to hide the probable cause affidavit if it was Ron Logan? Can you come up with a good reason? And by the way, everybody, we're hitting one of those modes in here where we're... Alright? So if you'd like to help support the channel, that would be freaking great. We got to keep on... I know, but you think Ron Logan was at the crime scene, LMM. You don't think he's the guy on the bridge. I know, you'd have to, why didn't you just type your question in again, Zozo? Then I would have seen it. But now I don't know where it is and don't have the time to go find it. Can't prosecute a dead guy. What does that have to do with anything, LMM? Murder Sheet, whether you like him or not, they brought up, you know, there was a lot of stuff that they brought out that was interesting, and it, you know, helped create interest. And it was good stuff, right? I mean, you can't lie, you know, just because you don't like them. And I don't know what that has to do with anything, LMM. Like, that's a terrible argument. It's like, well, you're mean too. Hey, thanks, Kubi.
Keep up the great work.
God, what question? Who are you guys even talking to? Yeah, we talked about that the other day, Zozo. Yeah, well, we'll do it again now. It says, if it was his car at the building, this is, people have been talking about this all over the place. It's not an original thought, but it says, if that was his car at the building and they were asking for the driver that came forward and he'd already made himself known earlier, why not come forward for the driver request, please? What? What do you mean, please? Yeah, I don't know. It just, he probably was 5 years later, 2 years later. He's probably like, geez, why would I say anything now? Now he says he was parked there though, so you'd think if he was really trying to be helpful, he'd come forward later and say, hey, listen, you know, I also wanted to let you know, you guys were asking again about if there was a car parked there, and yeah, I was the one that was parked there. Remember when I see, he wouldn't want to do that, because if he did that, he'd realize that they would then say, hey, have we talked to you before? And then he'd have to say, yeah, that was, and then they'd find his name, and then it would lead back to the 1:30 to 3:30. He was on platform 1. He'd be toast. So I don't know, man. But yeah, his argument about trying to be helpful, he could just say, oh, I never saw that press conference. I mean, it's that simple. Hey, thanks, Tracy. It's that simple, though. He could just say, I don't have any recollection of that press conference. When were they asking about who was the driver? I definitely would have came forward if I had heard it. Yeah, you know how that goes. It would just be, he'd have to testify to say that, though. When they show Bridge Guy on surveillance walking by bloody and muddy, these Ron Logan supporters are going to have to explain, have some explaining to do. Anything Reno is Bridge? No, I don't think. Yeah, he's not the Bridge Guy. I don't like Reno whatsoever, but he's not the Bridge Guy. All right, that's dumb. No, because it was just a conservation officer. He said how he got there. He just said he drove there and he parked by, he called it the Farm Bureau building, the old Farm Bureau building. But that's not what it is. It's the abandoned CPS building. And then later he said he parked by the old building. Yeah. Well, I thought it was crazy when, you know, that witness that we had, he literally said, oh yeah, well the car was parked there, you know, like people when they go catfishing on Saturday and Sunday mornings. It was like, wow, he even said catfishing. What are the odds? Richard Allen has confessed to being Bridge Guy. Yeah, that's what I think. He is absolutely boxed in. And you know how he's boxed in? He was right here, and Libby and Abby are right there. And they continued to walk this way and therefore had to pass him but not another person saw him again. And here's a good person too. Sue got back to her car at 2:14. She would have passed him at some point again if he was leaving, because I think Sue went walking like this and then back, right? Like she was just doing a loop. Like she went here to the bridge, over here, and then back here at 2:14. I don't know exactly her route, but she would have seen the guy again. But she didn't see him, and the reason was because he never came by here. So that means that Libby and Abby and the bridge guy went this direction, but Richard Allen said he got there at 1:30, and just 20 minutes later or so, he's standing right here, which absolutely works. The 3 girls saw him. He had missed the seeing him. That means he's heading down the trail. Then Sue sees him standing there. Same description. 2 girls were off a little bit, but consistent with. Yeah. I can't help but think Richard Allen, what's a joke? I don't know what you're saying. Alan Davis would murder Polly Class every time I hear Richard Allen. Oh, really? Guess he had the same name. I just got a comment removed and warning from Murder Sheet discussion group on Facebook. The comment was ordinary about connecting the dots to Richard Allen. I don't know. Facebook sometimes just does things on their own. What did you say in it? Did you mention the Kleins at all? Because they're probably trying to backtrack on a lot of the stuff that they've put out, just in case it's not connected somehow. Because their last thing that they said was that, yeah, it was a clerical error. Yeah, you can't deny that the Murder Sheet has good information. I used to think they were pretty cool and everything, but they are really hypocritical people. They don't do what they say. They try to pretend like, oh yeah, we like to talk things out, work things out with people, but if you don't do that, we don't have time for that. Well, you didn't do that with me, and I don't even know what in the hell you. Yeah. Yeah. Yeah, and maybe find a hairstylist once in a while. Maybe that would work. I'm still here listening, housework, and getting checks ready for tomorrow, whatever that means. But hey, all right. Did the girl have to pass him on the bridge? Yeah, they had to. Just look at this for a second. I've already gone through this like 100 times, but all right. So here's the thing: is not on the bridge, but they had to pass him on the trail here. The girls are dropped off here at 1:48 about, because 1:49 Kelsey's driving by like this. The person we call Sue got there at 1:46 and got right out of the car and started walking. She's probably walking quicker because she's exercising. And so 2 minutes later, she's probably about right here. And who knows if the girl sat in the car for a minute. We know at 1:49 it went here, and they may have been waiting for somebody, so they were just slower, okay? But either way, they're 2 or 3 minutes behind right away. Sue's walking down here and sees, Richard Allen, or a guy that looks exactly like him, on platform 1 right here, stops 50 feet short. Then that's probably right around 1:52, because it only takes like 4 minutes to walk from here to the start of the bridge, and then she's heading back, but halfway back, right here, she passes Abby and Libby, who are walking this way, and that leaves. So the only way Richard Allen, or this character here, would have to go into the woods over here. So I think he just passed the 2 girls, because he knew he didn't look like Anthony Schatz, and he started walking this way. Right? And he knew who they were. He was why they were there. So he goes over here and makes sure that Sue keeps leaving, walks over this way or whatever. He makes sure. He's just going to make sure nobody's behind him. And then he keeps watching, and then he sees that they get farther out on the bridge, and then he starts kind of making his way a little closer and closer. And once they're halfway across or so, he probably starts getting a little bit more aggressive And then at 2:13, that's when she turns on the camera. So basically, Richard Allen, there's a guy in all dark blue jacket and blue jeans who, from at 1:55 to 2:13, had to have traded places with a totally different person to not be him. Give me a break, all right? Give me a break. All right, everybody, hit the like button for me, would you? So just take a moment, if you would, out of your day. Look down at that like button and say, gosh darn it, I'm going to hit that for Gray. Thank you. There's this really small window. He's boxed in here. He couldn't have, unless he walked through the woods. And guess what? He admits to being there for another hour and 45 minutes after this. Literally another hour and 45 minutes after this, he's still in the park and not a soul saw him. Really? Hey.
This case is great incentive to stalk your team's phone and computer.
Thanks, Colleen. Yeah. Well, it is. And what's weird about this case is law enforcement for 5 years said it was not related to social media. They said that for 5 years. Even though originally, so here's where I would think law enforcement could have done better, let's put it that way, is they had, right away, they had Keegan Klein, a catfishing account that communicated with, liked a comment on one of Libby's posts, and then eventually they got back the intel that showed that he communicated with her on the day of the murders. Well, you would think that would be the number one guy right at the moment, but instead it sort of didn't lead in that direction. Didn't seem like it anyways. And then we have the information about Richard Allen coming forward, and they dropped the ball on that too. So, what we hear a lot is, and you guys know me, I defend law enforcement all the time, and I like law enforcement and everything like that. But I don't think there's really a way, you can't, well, here's one thing you can say is, law enforcement worked their ass off in this case. They missed this piece of information, and we can't go back in time and make the piece of information. Well, thank you, Lynette Joy. Gosh darn it, we can't go back in time. We can't change what happened. And it really could be as simple as it was put in a place and somebody just didn't notice it. Who is that somebody? I don't know. Why there aren't other checks where people go through all the tips that came in 3 or 4 times. Like here's a tip, it goes over here, take a look at it, put it back in the box. Tomorrow, have somebody else look at the same damn tips, go over them again, ding, 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 ding. They need to be looked at more often, but they didn't have that piece of information. They had it, but they didn't get it into the right hands, and they weren't looking at it. So somebody dropped the ball, and that's just the reality, and they even admit to that, right? Somebody dropped the ball somewhere. Okay, it doesn't mean they didn't work their asses off, because without that piece of information, think how hard the case is. Without that piece of information, you're exactly where we've been this whole time. Who's Kirstie Allen? Never heard of her. That's an interesting thought. Yeah. Yeah, we talked about that. Then maybe one of them said, some caller called in and said, well, maybe Richard Allen was friends with the conservation officer, and it was just kind of, yeah. I mean, it's interesting that he called that person to meet him. How did he know what his number was? Yeah, we had a caller that called in with that same thought. Right. Well, but her last name is Allie, not Allen. That's too bad. What happened to her? I never, it was weird. Like, I never thought, yeah, it's Kirstie Alley, not Kirstie Allen. Yeah, I know who she is, but they wrote Kirstie Allen above TTGAO. Jesus. Yeah, that sucks. Well, thanks, Barb. What I'm trying to figure out is why is sometimes a $9.99 it's blue or green or whatever that is, and also sometimes it's what do you call it? It's yellow at $9.99. Don't get it. I don't know. This could have been a fantasy he wanted to do, and it might be his only time. It doesn't seem like it.
I think I am becoming a freaky addict.
Yeah. Wow. I mean, you. Yeah, I guess she was in Scientology, wasn't she? But man, all that stuff. I thought. So she might not have done any of the drugs that they said to take, because if you ask Tom Cruise, drugs don't help anybody. It's just mental willpower. That's what does it, man. Anyway, that sucks. That show was pretty funny. She was always seemed lighthearted and good-natured. I always liked her. I didn't think she was the greatest actress in the world, but she was funny. Well, good for you, Tanya. Good. If Richard Allen was a Ninja Turtle, which would he? I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, we know that, Richard. Yeah, we know that he's an actor. Yeah, we know that. Thank you for the incredibly uninsightful information. Hey, Grace. So, do you think Cheyenne accounts are? Huh? No, I think they're totally true. I know all of they're absolutely true. I have a whole conversation with Cheyenne from another person that I know, and we went over that a while back. Yeah, I mean, Tom Cruise is a good actor. Like, he's, the movies they're in are good, usually. But, man, how do you like that person? It's like, ugh. It sucks. Although, like, Keegan Kline and Richard Allen didn't personally know each other. Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it could be something like that. All I said was that Richard Allen gave Keegan Kline... Keegan Kline gave Richard Allen the information that he knew that Libby was going to be there. Or maybe it was... How about this? The Anthony Shots profile let him know that. That would be interesting if, like, he said, well, he went by this username, and then they went back and found that username, and they were able to link that back to Richard Allen, and then we're like, Richard Allen? Who the hell is that? And then they couldn't find him, and then somebody just getting really annoyed went through some old paperwork, and there it was. But wouldn't they have just re-questioned him, I guess? Yeah. Heard anything about the Ring doorbell videos? No. I'm almost getting to the point where the Idaho case is not even worth covering anymore. It's at a point where all the shit-ass dirtbag YouTubers are covering it. Nothing but wild, crazy-ass speculation. When there's articles and stuff, I'll probably... I don't know. I might still just make my video of the... I worked on this all day, but it didn't render correctly here. I actually have people in... I was going to try to do this thing where... I have a guy in here, but at a certain point, right there he's walking, and then he goes in, turns around, and then but I have them disappear, and then they just, this person just shows up every once in a while. And then he's also in this room, and then right here he kind of comes out at the same time. So you won't see this part. It'll just be like from right here after the camera goes in, you get a glimpse of the person walking like that. See? And then it goes back down like this. And then this person at the very end goes running out the door. See that? Like so you don't see him here though. The camera stops there with nobody in the shot. Then boom. So it'll be cool when I finally get that done. But no, it's not another Delphi Momo. It's not another Delphi at all. It's not nothing related, nothing close about it, nothing. You know. And when you say another Delphi, yeah, the wackos, sure. Yeah, you can definitely say that. It's got worse, really. Yeah. Yeah, so don't forget to hit the subscribe button, you guys. And the like button. I think you guys did hit it. It got up to 747. Who are you talking to? Who's T-Yoys or? Yeah. Yeah, I put out a theory about way before anybody else, that, you know, mine was looking at the boyfriend of Kaylee. Okay, but I took it down. I just put it for members only because law enforcement seemed to say at this time we don't think he's involved. Okay. So, you can't see it out there. Hey, Lori, what are you talking about, Lori? That's wrong, Gray! God, what a bunch of idiots. She's talking about Delphi, I think, Gray. I don't know what you're talking about, Amber Maiden. No idea what you're referring to. Who's he? Could you put siding on? No, I'm not doing any of the siding or anything. I hope you're joking. Like, why do you care about siding? Yeah, I don't really want to do the ground out. It doesn't matter. It's more just inside the house. I don't understand what you guys are talking about. When you said he was talking about Delphi, I think Gray. Who's he? Yeah, I mean, I did put in a couple items, you know, like here's a bed. But I gotta tell you that this room up here is so small. I don't know how they got anything in this room. It barely fits like a bed for a little kid. It's ridiculous, this room. And that's the room that they were found in? So how were they found in the same bed? I mean, this should make it really clear. You got all these people with this top shot and showing images. If you watch this and you don't know what's going on, there's something wrong with your brain, okay? This is the back of the house. With the sliding door into the kitchen.
And I unsubscribed and resubscribed several times.
Oh, wow. Oh, weird. But you have to hit the notification bell, Sack and Fox Natty. That's the key. So it goes into the kitchen. And then takes this hard left. See, everybody keeps thinking about, like, when the dad says he didn't have to go upstairs, people think maybe he means that what he's saying is well, I know what he's saying. He thinks that his daughter is the target because, you know, why would he make his way all the way upstairs? He didn't have to do that. But, I mean, why did he go around all the way around this weird, take this left and then around into this room then? I mean, why did he have to do that either? So that part of the argument doesn't make sense. I think you purely have to base it on the wounds. So, I mean, basically what it is, you go through the glass window. Okay, then you take a hard left up that one little step into the 2A floor. You go down to this room. Boom. Killed both of them. And if you go outside, that's why there's blood. That's their room right there. And that's probably where the bed was. But blood was coming down right here outside, okay? What's this part? Is that the... Huh. Is that supposed to... Yeah, I'm not going to move that around. It's weird. Yeah, so that's where the blood was coming out. And then we go back to here. And now they're leaving Zena and Ethan's room. And this guy wouldn't be in the image there, but I just have him in the shot there. Then you go take a right, and then you go up the U stairs. And then at the top of the stairs, you take a hard right. And this is, I think, I don't know if it's a bathroom or a closet or something. And right there is the small little bedroom. And that's apparently Maddie's room. And apparently that's where they were staying. And then out that door, then back down the stairs. This is Kaylee's room over here, which I thought that they were murdered in. Then down the stairs, and then back through the kitchen and out the door. That room is tiny. I don't know if it's just the proportions were wrong on some of those diagrams or what, but I don't think he's acting like one at all. 600 racing. Yeah, those kind of people are idiots. All right, the people who go out there on these channels and act all, ooh, yeah, ooh, Kaylee's dad's a suspect. They should be, when the case is resolved, they should be shunned and avoided for the rest of their lives on anything related to the crime. They're almost more suspect when they say shit like that. If I was Kaylee's dad, and I would be doing the exact same thing he's doing. I would do the same thing, wouldn't you? Yeah. Yeah, I just don't know. Like, here's the thing. If somebody wants to tell me what somebody's saying or something, type in a full sentence back to me so I know what you're saying. I have no idea what half the... You know, you got a picture, there's hundreds of comments that zip by and I can only read like 10% of them. And that's because I'm doing things. I did have an update on, you know, that Ilonka Cann case that we did a while back, you guys? I'll get to the Idaho one here in a minute. But you guys remember this case? Let me open it up really fast. I'm just going to start here. It was this happened in 1970. But we did this a while ago. Remember, it was on May 27, 1970, a young Berwick school teacher walked into the state police barracks here and reported his wife missing, touching off one of the most bizarre mysteries in the history of Lower Luzerne County. The disappearance of Ilonka Cann 23 years ago unsettled her rural Huntington Township farming community, sparked a massive search and launched an intensive police investigation. Cann was 22 years old and 3 months pregnant, was never found. She disappeared without a clue, leaving a 22-year-old husband and 15-month-old son on Wednesday. Remember, and this is the case where she was pregnant and there was like a phone call or something. She was talking to her mom, and I don't know if that was, it's hard to remember, but she was scared of her husband's dad, and then she's pregnant and goes missing. And then this is the case where her uncles came into town and tried to rough up these people, her husband and her father-in-law, because they thought that they were involved. And then, you guys remember this one at all? Yeah. Okay. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty crazy. It's, let me see what, I mean, it's pretty long. I don't know, I was going to maybe refresh it in the next couple days. I was going to do, that's her right there. But guess what? Remember how their couple of their, was it kids or, I can't remember now if it was relatives, they were burned in a fire. I remember that part. Yeah, it was like from 2000. 2 other children, I think, were burned in a fire. And then 2018, this is the sister. I talked to her on the phone. State police seek public's help in cracking the cold case. And then remember, and the reason I covered the case is in July of this year, they, family hopes for closure. They were doing some searches around in the ponds and whatnot on the property. And then today, I mean, look how weird this crap is. Fire destroyed a home in Luzerne County Monday morning. It started around 10 a.m. on Cann Road, remember? In Huntington. They actually named the road after the husband. Near Huntington Mills, there's no word on injuries or the cause of the fire. So the same house that we were looking at all that time, let me go to the... No, that's not it. There it is, Ilonka, Cann Road. So this house right here that they've been doing, this one, it's this one. They're doing all the searches. They searched these ponds here. They've done all this different work. They went back out there again. This is the main house. It just burnt down. Really? Right after they were searching there in July? There's got to be something going on here. This is unbelievable. What are the odds of that? What are the odds of that? Might have to do a reset on that one. I thought it was a really interesting case, but I'll do it at a shorter form. There's a whole bunch of articles that we had going through the years. Yeah, wow, unbelievable. And I talked to, I think that's her sister that was in that picture, and we talked for a while, and it seems like they're working on something. I almost want to reach back out to her, see what she says. Thank you, Cynthia Needle. Now I won't say what your other name is, so they can't put that together. There's nut jobs out there. All right, you guys, we're getting close to getting sent to jail again. We've had a good start and then a long lull. Hey, look at that, an actual Venmo came in. Thank you. I don't think I've ever maybe got one of those. Yeah. Thank you, Trish. Appreciate that. Yeah. This case has been in the local community for years. Right, but we I just covered it in July and went through all the newspaper articles from way back then up until now, but then there was this new piece of information from today. So, one of the freaks sent me the update. Who cares? Don't put too much stock into the Africa thing, okay? Please. This is what happens on YouTube. 95% of the BS that you hear on this case is exactly what that is. Okay? So what I would do is really focus in on what maybe a news outlet gets, because they kind of vet their information. Like when Fox News says something, or CNN, or those guys, that means they talk to a person, or they're speaking directly to a source, and or it was corroborated by somebody else, something like that. But when you hear something on Reddit or a Facebook group, just don't listen to it, okay? Unless they give you a link that goes to where they got it from. I'm just telling you the truth. I know it's really interesting and fun and neato, but it's just not cool. There was also an update on this case. Remember that those 4 men that were killed in Oklahoma at the junkyard? A man described as a person of interest in the killing and dismemberment of 4 men in eastern Oklahoma, this is on KENS5, admitted to a woman that he killed the men and cut them up, according to a prosecutor's app, because all their body parts were floating down a stream. Hey, thanks, Mike. Appreciate it. Yeah. I do work hard for the freaks, so hope you guys, you guys take care of me and, the channel well, so thank you. Authorities believe 67-year-old Joseph Kennedy, well, hold on.
Thank you for your hard work, dedication, and making a difference, Gray.
Well, thank you. Authorities believe 67-year-old Joseph Kennedy shot and killed the 4 men on October 9th at Kennedy Scrapyard, according to the affidavit unsealed Thursday and signed by Assistant District Attorney Carmen Rainbow. Kennedy told a woman in Gore, Oklahoma, that he killed and dismembered the 4 men because they were stealing from him. See, that is absolutely one of the things that we were talking about. We thought maybe there's drugs related, and then it's like, wow, they're kind of on somebody's property, and when we found out that the property owner of the junkyard killed him, then we thought, okay, he just killed him because he was sick of him. And he'd killed somebody years before for the same reason. Remember that? Kennedy told a woman in Gore, Oklahoma, that he killed and dismembered the 4 men because they were stealing from him, according to the affidavit, which was filed by prosecutors who were seeking to increase Kennedy's bond. The dismembered bodies of Mark Chastain, 32, Billy Chastain, 30, Mike Sparks, 32, and Alex Stevens, 29, were found October 14th in the Deep Fork River in Okmulgee, a town of around 11,000 people. One of Kennedy's court-appointed attorneys, Greg Graves, declined to comment Friday. Kennedy was arrested October 17th in Daytona Beach Shores, Florida, while driving a stolen vehicle, according to Okmulgee police. Kennedy has not been formally charged.
And another fire, this one in Luzerne County. Crews were called to a home along Cann Road near Huntington Mills around 10 this morning.
There it is. Wow, that's crazy stuff. Anyways, you know what the moral of the story is, everybody? Don't steal shit, okay? Like people want to go, God, this guy's psycho, man. He is. He is psycho as hell, right? Like, he's psycho. But how about you don't go onto people's property and steal their shit? You know what I mean? Like, I wouldn't even give this guy a horrendous... I would do something like... abuse of a corpse. I don't know. You got to put him in prison for 30 years. Because here's the thing, everybody. Like I say a million times, and the contest that Dan Carr won a long time ago, is if you have the ability to chop up somebody's body because you can't think of a way to tell the police, or you're scared about something, then that means you are a psycho. You just try to picture, oh wow, somebody accidentally dies, but you think it might be blamed on you, is a thought that crosses your mind. Well, if I cut them up into bits and then put their body parts somewhere, else I won't be blamed for it. Oh, I'm going to go do that. Yeah. Put those people in prison for a long time. But another thing is don't steal stuff. Okay? Bad things happen when you steal things. It's weird. No, I wasn't going to say that, Dan. I'm definitely not going to say don't kill people and cut them up. It's don't steal things. That's what you don't do. You have no right to steal anything. And then, yes, and then if you cut people up, you should get put in prison for a long time too. But I don't. But here's what's weird, is I don't feel bad for those guys at all. Like I don't sit around going, oh man, boy, that's a tough man. That's whoa. Because they obviously were shitty people to be doing what they do, you know? Going around, breaking into people's businesses and taking their shit. You know, I don't know. I guess I feel bad for the kids and the wives and things, but I don't know. I wish I felt differently. Does that make me bad, everybody? Does that make me bad? Does that make me bad, you guys? I don't know. Like, does that make me bad? Oh yeah, Chop Suey. Who did that one? Yeah, he's probably just sick of people stealing shit. Hey, Lee. Hey, everybody. Lee's up there. He's very sleuthy. He called me Lance. He's so intelligent. Lee is so intelligent. He called me Lance, everybody. Hey, I've only told this story 1,000 times. When I was born, it said L. Gray Hughes on the birth certificate. The doctor, who was a family friend, wrote Lance on the damn thing. I was always supposed to be called Gray, so my name is Gray, but Lance is my official name, even though that's not really my name. But these sleuthy jackasses like Lee think they're being so sleuthy, even though I've told the story 57,000 times. I'm on to you, Lance. Oh, I know all about you, Lance. Oh, I've got it all figured out. Yeah. You sound like a total idiot. Yeah, they're just absolute nut jobs, all right?
Gray, you're so mean. He was just calling you Lance.
Well, I guess so. I guess we have to go to prison now, everybody. Mary Lou sent me to prison. It's not Gary. It isn't Larry or Carrie or Terry or Barry. It also isn't... That's how the rap has to go. It's not Gary or Larry or Terry or Jerry. It's also not Barry or... go through about 60 more of those that rhyme with airy. You may think he's hairy, but he's certainly not Gary or Larry or Carrie or... There you go. Boom. Yeah. Tamara. Bail payment. Well, that's enough to get the guard to look the other way, I think. Don't you think, everybody? The guard's looking the other way. John Kerry. What? I don't even want to say his name accidentally. That guy's it. And it's certainly not today, but tomorrow. You guys think of all those? I just do that at the end most of the time. Oh, no bail. Shit, now I'm at 0 again. Thanks, Jessica Schubach. Wow. Wow. Well, right after that, we're going to get to the Idaho 4 articles that are out here, see what's in them. First, I'm going to read what they actually put on their Facebook page. I know that's weird to do, is to read their updates. Law enforcement's, I know that's That just isn't sleuthy enough for anybody. Wow. Patty G007 got me out on bail. Thank you. And then also Chives got me a hot dog on the way out the door. Thanks, Chives. Ding, 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 ding. Oh, and Garden Girl on PayPal. Oh! It got me again, everybody. It got me again. And TTJO. Thank you.
Bail for you. I don't think you're so mean.
Really? Are you sure? I know that I have grumpy days. I know that. I have a short fuse on specific days.
For the guard to look back.
I know who you are, Greg. You're really Lance. I'm so sleuthy, everybody. I heard it on Reddit that his name is actually Lance. Well, I know, but you know what's really boring is I have no criminal history at all. It's weird. 0. Well, I take that back. I do have a few speeding tickets over the 40-something years I've been driving. I apologize. I know it's boring as hell, you know, but never been arrested or even taken to jail. My mom must have done something right, you know. Well, Gray, that's not going to happen because you colluded with the German family and came up with a timeline. And look, it's not even accurate. It was 149, you bastard. You came up... You know how these guys are. Now my throat hurts, so hold on again.
Come on, man. What's wrong with you?
Uh-oh. Oh, wow. Okay, it was on now. I was like, whoa. Hey, if any of you out there got the third booster shot, the bivalent or whatever, that one? I was thinking of getting that one. Anybody? Nope. What's funny? No, wowza, no, nope. Yes, I have it. Oh, you got it? Okay. Yeah, I was thinking of getting the... Yeah, it's the Omicron double something or other. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'd rather... Yeah, you got it just fine. Yeah, I was thinking of getting it. I'm one of those kind of getting a little older. Oh, you're going to get it, Jen? Okay. Yeah, I got the flu shot a while back, but the flu is pretty bad this year, apparently. It's not good. Yeah, but your COVID was probably a lot less bad. Well, when did you get it after you took the shot, Tracy? You got COVID again? How are people getting it so many? I've never even got it. I do have friends that have got it, but... Oh, well, was it a bad case of it or just kind of mild? Hey, Gummo, see, whenever people type stuff like that in, I just remove the comments. You just seem ludicrous when you type in, I'm gonna zip my mouth because I'm an expert on everything. Yeah. Yeah, who knows? Let's see. I've had COVID twice, but I work in healthcare. Yeah. Man, you guys all got it twice, huh? Jeez. 3 times. That's brutal. That means it's just so... Like, your antibodies don't even work that well even on when you get it. No, Gummo, it's you. There's something wrong with you, Gummo. So I'm going to put you on timeout now. And if you try to come back, try to be a normal person every once in a while. You're always on the verge of going nuts half the time. I'm going tomorrow to get the booster. I got one. I'm supposed to go on Thursday. So I've gotten all 4 of the other ones. And I got it for the first time in September. I was so mad. I was proud. I had avoided it for so long. Yeah. Yeah, did you get your shots, Cindy? I mean, here's what I'm wondering, though, is I think a lot of you had got the shots before, right? So when you got COVID, it probably wasn't as bad as it would have been. That's kind of the whole point of it. You know, at least it gives you some protection. And I don't think as many, like the percentage is the same of people dying anymore who catch it. Shouldn't be anywhere near what it was. It was like 1%, which is... It was 1.5% for a long time, which is a ludicrous. Would any of you load up a gun and pull the trigger, and if you knew that there was 100, you know, you have 100 chambers, and you play a game of Russian roulette with having 1 bullet? Hell no. There's no way you would do that. Well, it doesn't help you not give it to somebody. I've learned a lot. So you haven't learned a lot. I've learned a lot. Yeah, no, it definitely allows you to give it to somebody. It just means that you aren't going to... your body will be able to handle it a lot better than before. It doesn't help anything. It doesn't help not spreading it. The only thing that keeps it from not spreading is if you wear an N95 mask while you're out when you have it. If you catch COVID and you're asymptomatic, you can spread it to everybody else just like you did. Anybody else would that had it and was really sick. It's the same thing. Yeah, it's all it is it makes it so it's not even close to as severe as some people get it. That's really, it's just protection against the virus when you likely will get it. That's it. Some people get lucky. And it's just pure luck that some people are, you know, their bodies, it's asymptomatic. Like I have friends my age, they got it and went, oh yeah, I didn't feel anything. It just kind of... Yeah. There's always these people that they hate people who say anything positive about a vaccine. The difference is I actually have 2 doctors in my family that are really top of the line, and they know what they do and they're good. They would tell me the truth, like, Gray. You know, when I was doing these heart tests and everything, they wanted to hold it off because, you know, and then as soon as it was cleared, I mean, I just heard back from my, the electro guy on my heart, and he goes, well, Gray, the next thing that you'll have to do, if it ever comes down to, is a pacemaker. You know, because a lot of people that have AFib, your heart gets slower over time, and all that does is speed. It just goes in there, and you know, there's like a battery, and if your heart has a little gap in the beat, it beats one for you, and it just keeps going, and it's like, oh. And you get like 7 years, you go back in again, they replace the battery, and it keeps on going. Yeah, I don't know it's not something that I would be freaked out to get. I guess apparently they're safe, they're good to have, actually, you know, like they're almost like having a defibrillator in a way inside of you. If something else happened, it'd be like, nope. Jim? No, I haven't seen Jim. Who's Jim? The guy that calls in? I don't know, I haven't heard back from him. Yeah, they're just these little things now. They're the size of like a silver dollar that go under your skin. It's not really that dangerous, Marlene. Yeah, you're misinformed there. Let's see. I'm on my 3rd battery. Yeah, I just take an aspirin. It increases stroke risk, but you know, if you take blood thinners or aspirin, it's good. But yeah, it's not really that dangerous. It's very common, actually. Yeah, just like Timothy just said. Welcome, Jime. I don't know who Jime is. Oh, really? Sack and Fox Nanny? Cool. So it works pretty good, right? I mean, it just kicks in every time you get dizzy, right? That's awesome. Very cool. Very cool. I take a adult aspirin every single day. That's what I was told to do. Yeah, well, there you go. See, and don't be scared of it. My dad has a pacemaker, and when I talked to this guy, he said, "Yeah, you know what's weird about the doctor that I'm talking to? When my brother died in 1986, I even had an irregular beat when I was 20. I had to do all these tests on me to determine if I was on medication. Would that be dangerous? All these different tests and everything. And he's the same guy." 1986, and he's still, you know, what was that? How many years is that? 40? No, like 36 years later, he's still sitting there doing it. Well, thanks. KT recovers. I feel pretty good. Yeah. All right, you guys ready to move on to the... Yeah, he's one of the best. He's, you know, known as the best in the world at the electric, you know, I'm not sure what you call him. It's like electrocardiography, you know, ologist or something. You know, it's like, it's crazy. He still does the surgeries and everything.
Stay healthy, Dre.
Yeah.
Butterfly.
But again, apparently he was supposed to retire because he's keeping a job from a younger person. I mean, I wouldn't want the best in the world to do it. I'd like to have some new person do it. Because who knows if they'll be, you know, we got to give them a shot too. I was told that one time on Facebook. And this person was, I mean, you might be a lefty out there, but she was hard left. She said it was unpatriotic to keep working after you're 65 because you're keeping a job from a younger person. Wow. Yikes. I mean, that's some scary shit. I think most of you in here that are liberals don't agree with that whatsoever. Well, there's some points to it, Gray. I mean, here's what I would say is that... forget it. Well, wife's got the tree. It looks pretty good. Almost about to fall over. No messenger service. Sorry for your... That doesn't make sense at all. Kicked out Pelosi with the same logic. What do you think happens at... I don't know. Yeah. Yeah, good. I mean, I'm my job, I work from home, so I'm not out and about with all these bunch of people. Oh, okay. Well, thank you for the Venmo. I'm still going to put you into the spin, though. Snuff film, you mean? Yeah. A snug film? I think everybody wants that. You want the best doctor working on you in any time. I mean, you definitely don't want one of the ones where you're like government, like well, just to be honest with you, the whole Obamacare was great for people who didn't have insurance at all, but the doctors that are going to take you are really, bottom of the rung stuff, They're not really going to be the top of the line. So they got to figure out a better way to do it. That's why I think healthcare savings accounts is the answer. And the way you do that is just when you're young, you start putting money into it. And then later in life when you're ill, you have tons of money in there, but and then you have a deductible every year when you get older. And then there's like a pool of money that covers the rest of it. But people are who should be paying for healthcare, because that's how it works. It's weird. I mean, you would have hundreds of thousands of dollars in the healthcare account, and then you get to transfer it to your kids if there's anything left, and so forth and so forth. But nobody knows about it. Very few people take the time to know what a healthcare savings account is, nor do they choose it or anything, and they'll just never know, and it's never going to work. But in Singapore, which is really good healthcare, they all are on it, and it works amazing. And the government's not paying people's healthcare. That's when you start getting crap. Yeah. All right, you guys. I'm switching over now to the Idaho murders. First, I'm going to start off with what the city put out today. So this is their pretty long thing here. It says, Moscow homicide update, December 5th. Well, guess what? Today's the 5th. Moscow, Idaho. The Moscow Police Department is providing the following information to update the public on the known facts surrounding the 4 murders that occurred on November 13th in Moscow, Idaho. Oh, it looks like I lost some subs when I started talking about, asked if anybody got the vaccines. Oh well. But anyways, we're at 92,795. If you like the channel, please consider subscribing. If not, get the hell out of here. Anyways, there have been statements and speculation about the case, victim injuries, cause of death, evidence collection, and processing, and investigative techniques. With the active criminal investigation, law enforcement has not released additional facts to the family or the public. I don't believe that. I think they've told some of the family members some things. We recognize the frustration this causes and that speculation proliferates in the absence of facts. Well, at least they understand the mechanism and why it happens. Yeah. Let's see. However, we firmly believe speculation and unvetted information is a disservice to the victims, their families, and our community. The Moscow Police Department, then he should have said, our community, our state, our nation, and the world. The Moscow Police Department is committed to providing information whenever possible, but not at the expense of compromising the investigation and prosecution. Detectives continue investigating what occurred from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45. 9 p.m. That's the time of the party over at the Sigma Chi house. It's interesting that they put that in there. I thought they'd narrowed this down a little bit further. So that's interesting. How come they're using 9 on there? On November 13th, when Ethan Chapin and Zana Kernodles were believed to be at the Sigma Chi house, right? Okay, so let me get... Detectives continue investigating what occurred from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th when... Oh, that's interesting. When Ethan Chapin and Zana Kernodle were believed to be at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus, any interactions, contacts, directions, and method of travel or anything abnormal could add context to what occurred. Well, that's interesting. They didn't mention Maddie and Kaylee in this thing here. I wonder if people will even notice that. I mean, that's a big omission there. And we also know that Kaylee and Madison got home at 1:56, I think they have. So it almost seems like right here, they're almost insinuating that it was Ethan or Zana that may have been a target of something. By the way, that's written there. Because right here, where's Kaylee and Madison in this one? Detectives continue investigating what occurred from approximately 9 on the November 12th to 1:45 when Ethan Chapin and Zana Kernodle were believed to be at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus. So you want to know what happened in between there. Any interactions, contacts, directions, and method of travel, or anything abnormal could add context. I think that's it's pretty interesting right there, don't you think? I mean, that's a big... I mean, maybe it adds in later, but... Detectives continue processing and working through more than 2,645 emailed tips, 2,770 phone tips, and 1,084 digital media submissions. We believe someone has information that will add context to the picture investigators are creating of what occurred that evening. Our focus is the investigation, not the activities. Your information, whether you believe it is significant or not, might be one of the puzzle pieces that help solve the murders. Using tips and leads, investigators have identified an incident involving Kaylee at a local business, which may have been the stalker reference she made to friends and family. In mid-October, 2 males were seen inside a local business. They parted ways, and one male appeared to follow Kaylee inside the business as she exited to walk towards her car. The male turned away, and it did not appear he made any contact with her. Detectives contacted both males and learned the two were attempting to meet women at the business. This was corroborated through additional investigation. Based on available information, detectives believe this was an isolated incident and not an ongoing pattern of stalking. No evidence suggested the two males were involved in the murders. Investigators continued looking into information about Kaylee having a stalker. Information about a potential stalker or unusual occurrences should go through the tip line. There have been numerous requests about the dog found at the residence on the morning of November 13th. Arriving officers entered the residence and found the deceased victims. During the search of the home, a dog was found in a room where the crimes had not been committed. See, that's strange, right? You know, you look at the... here, let me go up here. Yes, that's the third floor. You know, this room wasn't being used, apparently, but that is Kaylee's room. So that would make sense that her dog was in there, but apparently she was sleeping in this room. There's also another room on this right below here. So that's 3. Yeah, there's a room right over here that we don't know who was living in that one. So here is the kitchen. There's a room here. Or is that the... yeah, and then the the living room's right over here. And this is the room of Zena and Ethan. It was right there. This room right here is an unknown room. So it's either that room or the room with of Kaylee's room, but the way the wording is, it could be Kaylee's room, because they're saying there has been numerous requests about the dog found at the residence on the morning of November 13th. Arriving officers entered the residence and found the deceased victims. During the search of the home, a dog was found in a room where the crime had not been committed. So that would make sense if the dog was in Kaylee's room, because apparently she was staying in Madison's room. During the search of the home, a dog was found in a room. Yeah, okay. Officers did not find any evidence on the dog, and there was no indication the animal had entered the crime scene. The dog was taken to animal services and released to a responsible person, which is Jack, the ex-boyfriend. While the dog was in the house when officers arrived, it has not been determined where the dog was physically located. Oh, well, you just set up above, though. Hold on, that doesn't. They just contradicted themselves. During the search of the home, a dog was found in a room where the crimes had not been committed. Okay, so while the dog was in the house when the officers arrived, and not in one of the rooms where the murders happened, it has not been determined where the dog was physically located when the murders took place. Well, couldn't the dog have been in that same room? I mean, at this time, no suspect has been identified, and only vetted information that does not hinder the investigation will be released to the public. There is speculation without factual backing, stoking community fears and spreading false information. We encourage referencing official releases for accurate information and updated process. Detectives are looking for context to the events and people involved in these murders to assist with the ongoing investigation. So anyways, the tip line is 208-883-7180. You also have the email at tipline@ci.moscow.id.us. And digital media can be sent to FBI.gov, Moscow, Idaho. Man, that's really interesting to me up here, you guys. Have you seen this pointed out elsewhere? That this bullet point here completely... That makes me believe that Zaina, or Ethan, but most likely Zaina, is the target here. I think that is absolutely... that's meaningful there. Detectives continue investigating what occurred from approximately 9 p.m. on November 12th to 1:45 a.m. on November 13th, when Ethan Chapin and Zaina Coronado were believed to be at the Sigma Chi house on the University of Idaho campus. So they want to know all the people they talked to. Well, isn't that weird? Because remember originally when I said, wow, look at Sigma Chi's right there, man. That could easily be somebody from there. It'd be weird if... that turned out, I kind of just left that one be because it's like, it's hard to know. Why do you think X? What does that mean, Cindy? Man, I have such a hard time understanding half the stuff you type in. Then why did the killer go to the 3rd floor? Well, that's what the dad said. He said, why did the killer need to go upstairs? That's what the dad said. But he's also thinking that that his daughter is the one that got the worst of the attack. But why are they completely left out of this story here? Like they didn't even bring up either one of them. Why didn't they say 156 and the interactions between any of them? Well, here's what it probably is they've been able to determine all of the interactions between Zaina and Ethan, I mean not Zaina, with Maddie and Kaylee that evening. You know, they got the ride. There was a guy that was behind them at the food cart. They went to a bar. They did. But here's the thing. Fraternities are they don't say a damn thing to anybody. Okay? So the whole time they're at the Sigma Chi, was there any weird interactions, a fight or an argument that happened there? And the fraternity, which they do often, just is covering it up, and they don't want anybody to know about that little fight that happened. Now, the fraternities that's just what they do. I think that's a pretty significant piece of information there. Because here's the thing, if they didn't think that Zaina or Ethan were targets, they probably wouldn't care about their interactions as much, right? They'd just be like, yeah, okay. Yeah, well, they weren't really the targets. They were just kind of killed, you know, for maybe a witness. Like, a lot of people think this happened. They think the killer came through the sliding glass door, went up to the 3rd floor and killed Kaylee and Madison, and then the noise of that, which I don't agree with because it was way up kitty corner, a floor up way over there, but that somehow Ethan woke up and sort of came out in the hall because he heard something, and then he got attacked, and then maybe Zaina woke up, but apparently they were all killed in their sleep. Like they were sleeping when the attack occurred. Now, does that mean when the first attack occurred and other people could have woke up, but at the time of the first one, they were all sleeping? But how would you be able to determine that? So it seems like they were all, you know, like there's probably blood spatter of the victims on the beds, and that's how they're able to say that. You could see Zaina's room from, I think, from the frat, because I know the layout just in my head. Hold on. Yeah, but they're not saying that, so you can agree what Terry said is maybe, but why are they wanting to now know what they were doing all night? That's an extra thing there. Yeah, so that's the fraternity. The front of the house is like this. And here. So that's the front, and there's the window right here. That bed in there. Can you see it? Right there. So that window right there is... Let me get a better time of year here. That's not good. Yeah, so that window is right over here, and Sigma Chi is right over there. So it'd be like that. So you definitely can see in from Sigma Chi over there. Huh? Oh, is that, does some of that K person come back here again? Yeah, we might have to block K pretty soon. It's always better just to block and move, just keep on moving. You know, get peaceful, just sort of normal people in here. We got a lot of weirdos. Mods always have busy nights. Whenever you talk about Delphi, the crazies come out. All right, so if you weren't here earlier, I was working on an animation here where you have to hide people and stuff. But let me show you. It's like this. So there's a sliding glass door, and see this person here. He won't be in this shot right here. There's actually, the way I had it, there's somebody running in at the beginning. This one will be hidden here. Then it goes around the corner here. That person will be hidden until right here. Then I unhide that person, and then you sort of see the person for a moment, and it kind of goes over the camera. Then Zaina and Ethan are killed in this room. I mean, I don't show that part. You can't see him now. He's not in the shot anymore. Then it turns around, goes up. The U-shaped stairs, then around, then in this little tiny room here. You won't be able to see him when you come into the door. I'll unhide him because, like, the way it works is, let's see, which one is he? So he's this one. So I can turn him off. So it'd render up to a certain point, then turn him back on again. Like right here, I would turn him on again, and then he kind of walks by. You see his head there. Then it goes down the U-shaped stairs again to the bottom, and then he'll be turned off. And then right as the camera stops right here, this guy runs out. Boom. So there you go. And I was able to put a stove in there. I don't have the countertop and all that shit. Yeah, cool. Now, you don't know if there's any screaming messenger service. You type a lot of stuff in like you have wild imagination. And then I quit reading what you write after that. It's just, you know. As soon as I see something that's already just like, I quit. Yeah. Ethan heard the commotion and came out of the bedroom and was... well, you don't know that, Sandy. Yeah. You don't know that at all. I mean, you can think that, sure, but you don't know that. All right, Idaho cops now admit there was a stalker involving... Yeah, we know that. We just read that. But I'm not going to read that one. Police provide update on victim stalker reference dog found at crime scene. Yeah, we know that. Don't need to do that one. It's all in that the update they gave us. I think that's the crazy person that we were just looking at. The brutal murders of 4 University of Idaho students in their home last month have been shrouded in mystery weeks after the November 13 police have yet to identify a suspect. I like her. Oh, that's right, she moved. I think the person she's talking to is the crazy person. Hey, thanks, Tracy. Kind of a... yeah. Kind of a slower kind of night tonight, other than the, you know, the 100 that was sent in made it somewhat normal, but still lower than the nights we've been having. But anyways, thank you guys. Can't be the same every night. I don't think so, Marty. I don't think I have it in me to listen to people like you, Marty. I'm just kidding. The 4 students, roommates, Madison Mogan,
It's great to be a freak.
Kaylee Salvez, and Zaina Kernadel, and Kernadle's boyfriend Ethan Chapman were discovered dead on the 2nd and 3rd floors of the home in Moscow, Idaho. 2 other roommates were at the house at the time of the murders and apparently slept through the attack. With so few major facts of the case established, rumors have run rampant. At this time, no suspects have been identified. Earlier this week, the Latah County Prosecutor's Office said that at least one of the college students killed in the attack was undoubtedly targeted, but the Moscow police followed up with another statement saying that this was miscommunication. Detectives do not currently know if the residents or the occupants were targeted. Yeah, whatever that means. So this room, I think this room, yeah, this is the, let me see, does that make sense? I want to see what it looks like on my model. Yeah, I think that is up here. That's right here. So this is the Madison's room. Right there. That's the window that you come up the stairs and it's in the stairwell. Yeah, that's cool. Look at that. Look at that. It's pretty accurate. See that? That window and then that one. Right there. I don't have the deck built there or anything, but the grieving father of murdered University of Idaho student Kaylee Gonsalves is working with his own private investigator because he fears cops in the major case are too inexperienced. Steve Gonsalves raised his fears Sunday in an exclusive interview with The Post, saying he was concerned that one suspicious character had been ruled out. That's the guy at the food truck. Too quickly, seemingly allowing him to flee the country without taking a DNA, seemingly, do you hear that? Without taking a DNA test. He lashed out at the lack of leads coming from the cops who backtracked on claims. See, I don't really care, what this guy has to say here. I mean, I think I would be the same way, but what he's saying about, what was that guy's alibi? He's just grasping to find something. Because law enforcement seemed to not think he was involved. And that wasn't just them, it was everybody. And he might be, but it seems like he's kind of looking for a connection, trying to find something. Well, they could easily just find a DNA sample. He lashed out the lack of leads. One of the murder squad officers is only 26. Oh man, he's only 26? Oh, screw him then. His brain is... He complained, meaning he was only 19 when the sleepy city Moscow last had a slang in 2015. So they're just inexperienced, and I don't want anyone making a mistake in my child's case. Well, maybe he's a genius. That's why he's there at 26. Oh, thanks, Marty. As well as his own figure. Gonsalves said started working with private investigators because there were enough insiders telling us we should be concerned about the lack of any clear leads in the November 13th murders. I talked to the detectives. He said making clear he was keeping away from internet sleuths whom he dismissed as Hollywood shit. Yeah, well, there you go. And I don't consider myself in that same vein at all. So unfortunately, because of all of the other types, they don't like talking to even me because they don't know who the hell I would be. I just try to put the facts that are known out there and come up with something that seems reasonable. That's it. And because of all the crazy wackos that are out there and their conspiracy theories, it turns into a shit show. Huh? But we are freaks. No disrespect, but you mean you're about to say something? Go ahead. Let's see when this account was created. Hold on a second. Because I know this one, it has to be brand new here. And it was created, join. We Are Freaks. So you actually have my channel saying in your name. Why is that? Are you an actual freak or? I think I do it differently than the other people. I'm going to block that account in about 20 seconds. We don't know if he's an African guy. He was just rumors. We don't know if he's in Africa. Yeah. I don't know what that means. No idea what that means. I like that you don't give the idiots a platform. Yeah. I mean, if I could really I could draw out some of these phone calls that I get, the weird ones, and just keep going for hours, Yeah, I'm going to have to go up and block the We Are Freaks. I'll give another 20 seconds for a follow-up, just in case they were on having to wait a while to type. No disrespect, but I'm about to disrespect you. I don't know. I think they just quit doing the press conferences. Hey, thank you, Hallie. All right. Got 5 more seconds. 5, 4, 3, 2. Where is that one? Oh, there it is. All right, go do a different one. That's a different person. Wait, hold on, let me see. Oh, okay. I guess I missed the, so I'll unhide them. Yeah, but why do they have our same name, you know? That's what our logo, I mean, you know, on the shirts, we are freaks. You know, who are you? Lorena Reyes, thank you.
A toast to the mods and their hard work.
Yep, they're always, especially when you talk Delphi for 5 minutes, they come out of the woodwork. I mean, it has been a while. I think he thinks this guy right here has something to do with it. I mean, he did seem interesting at first, right? We played the whole video. I have a video that tracked him walking around. He seemed really odd. But then they cleared him. You know, they said that they're not interested in him. So then everybody, at that point, you just kind of move on, right? I mean, why would you waste... I mean, it's sort of similar to saying, we don't think social media is involved. But, I mean, do you really spend a lot of time on stuff that law enforcement says isn't relevant? I don't know. It's hard to do that. I don't know. I mean, this is the way my video is my first thought. You know, like I think that if you start it over again, comes inside, takes a left, kills Xena and Ethan, and then goes upstairs and over to here and kills Madison and Kaylee, and then goes down the stairs and then out the door. Yeah. Glad the survivors listen to law enforcement and aren't talking to the media. Yeah, it is interesting though that we haven't heard a damn thing. Now there's this rumor out there, you know, this whole thing about how, you know, one of them passed out because here's what I think. I think that they say the girls got home at 1 o'clock in the morning and they woke up the next day. I think that what they're really doing is intentionally leaving out what happened in between. That there was sounds, because remember that came out right away, that they locked their doors because there were sounds. And it seems like one of them even said it or something. They locked their door because there were sounds, and they locked their doors. And everybody knows that their doors were locked. How do we all know that? Right, so anyways, and I think in the middle of the night, when even later, they heard some really crazy stuff, and maybe they even went up and saw somebody. And then they went back down again and locked their doors. And then the next day, they went up to see if it led to anything, and then they see this body, and they're like, oh my God, oh my God. Then they started texting people to come over because they weren't sure. They were kind of freaking out. And, you know, I could just see that. And the 911 call is probably chock filled with information that investigators are using. That's why we don't get to hear it. 5 hours straight. Yeah, how do we know that, Christy? You're talking about the kid with the hoodie on? Has he talked to the media at all or said anything? Yeah, who's proving any of that? And by the way, who would do that also? I mean, that's a terrible sounding alibi. Oh, right after he dropped the girls off at a food truck at, 1:40, he gets in his car and drives 6 hours. Really? I think you kind of sleep and then get up and do that. Oh, 5, excuse me. Boyfriends? It's a very small town and all the students... I don't get the quotes, Batgirl. The only reason anyone would even say or think that. What? I'm referring to more about details of the crime scene attacks. We do not know if that's his alibi. It's a rumor. Yeah, see, there you go. See what I'm saying? Who even knows? I'm just going to go by what they say and keep theorizing based on the information. I think it was a pretty big piece of information that they left Kaylee and Madison out of that whole document and said they want to focus in on what happened with with Zaina and Ethan during their time, because something's leading them to think that the killer had something to do and was associated with them. Okay, so that's more interesting. That's probably the most interesting thing out of this whole document and everything that's been said today. There was the part we said last night where it was reported by, I think, Etten, Brian Eaton, Etten or something, whatever the hell his name is. Or Enton, Brian Enton. He said that one of the people was attacked significantly worse than another. And I was laughing at not remembering his name. Not the case. Yeah. Is there any truth to the one of the Jack guys being kicked out of the... We don't know. I think it's just all bogus right now. I mean, if you could talk to one of the friends, you would have an answer to some. Like either the two surviving girls or... just somebody more in the inner circle that wasn't killed. They might know something. Are you really rolling on the floor laughing your ass off? One shot? Wow. Whoa. Did white hoodie guy really leave the... Oh, Jesus. How would we know that answer? Yes, everybody, I called the airport and got a hold of the air traffic controller, who's best friends with Jack's grandfather, and he said that he definitely got on a plane and headed to Africa that evening. Back to you, Jim. News at 11. I was put in prison earlier, Loretta. Were you thinking of buying me a cab home or something? I think that'd be fantastic. We're just about $24 short of a new normal night. Yes, I called over to Africa and say, hey, do you guys have a guy named Jack that flew in? And one of them said, yes, we did. And I said, that's good enough for me. Book it. Yeah. I'm just making that shit up, you guys. I'm just making that up. What I did do, though, was I went to Reddit, which is just an absolute bastion of accurate information. And I saw somebody post that they were pretty sure their cousin's best friend's uncle's daughter's youngest child saw somebody looking like the guy with a hoodie on getting onto a plane, yet they were in a stroller at the time, eating a lollipop and weren't quite sure if they could see him. It just looked like the guy.
I think it's the hoodie guy.
And that made it all the way to Reddit, you guys. Isn't that amazing? Yeah. That's right. Come on. Boom. Oh, come on, that was pretty good. I gotta have. That's almost got to be a sound effect. Oh yeah, that was pretty good. That was pretty good. Yeah. Anything you read on Reddit, say the exact opposite, and you'll probably be on the right track. I can tell you that. Yeah, so what if they're out of town, Gracie? Who gives a shit? Yeah. I don't know. And be honest with you, what that guy was wearing, there was about 10 other people wearing the same thing. A hoodie and a hat.
Hoodie guy.
I should have had this one.
Hoodie guy, Gray.
Yeah, I should have had Mary Lou do that one. But I think I did it better. So, yeah. Yeah, that's probably the worst part, right, Anna? That there's people that are actually calling his parents' work to see if, they went to Africa or not. I mean, these people are sick, sick people. And you shouldn't even tout somebody doing that. That's embarrassing. Now, if you want to, if you just we're calling... I don't know, it's different. It's weird. It's sort of like stalking in a way. It's weird. It's strange. Yeah, diapers, yeah. That's the witness that made it onto Reddit. So no cab ride home, you guys? All were sleeping, some in beds. Well, they're all in beds if they're sleeping, right? All were sleeping, some in beds. Okay, where were the other ones sleeping? On the hardwood floors? They're just like, this seems like a good place to sleep tonight. I'm going to get on the hardwood floor. We need a lead. Come on. Even the FBI is working on the... we don't need any lead. They need the leads. Yep, I guess I'm walking home. Walking home. Been walking for hours. We had about another 45 minutes of this. I'll tell you what though, I might start playing this music. I was in jail, Susanna. And then somebody said, "Are you been in jail tonight?" And I said, I was earlier, and I'm still walking home right now. I got just barely out the front door, and thanks, WNC Granny, for my next jailbreak. What do you mean too peppy? It's just elevator crappy music. I mean, if that's too peppy, what is this? Oh, no, not this one. If that's too peppy, what is this? Listen to this one that I accidentally clicked on. Well, listen. If that's too peppy, what is this then?
This is for your next jailbreak.
Yeah, that wasn't the one I meant. If that one's too peppy, what is this one? Oh, yeah.
From the green forests of the Pacific Northwest.
Yeah!
From the green forests of the Pacific Northwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning, as the case may be.
Hey, thank you so much, Donna D! Thank you, Donna D!
From the green forests of the Pacific Northwest, I bid you all good evening or good morning, as the case may be. Oh, yeah. Susanna Nicola Padrig. Maybe you were wearing bunny slippers, Greg. Yeah, maybe. I might have. Well, thank you, Susanna Nicola Padrig.
Ray, I just love this music, Ray.
I know you do. Who doesn't? The weirdest part about this is from 1997. It was just part of a little app, like an exe file somebody had. You clicked on it and you had to, it was like I don't know. It had nothing to do with anything. But every time I listen to it, I go, this is freaking great. So I mean, I don't know. It's weird. It's not even anything. Somebody just wrote it or something. I mean, I've never heard it anywhere other than here. Yeah, I think it might have been 80s, but it was, I don't know if it was written in the 80s, but it was, God, like 95 or something. God, it's at least, it was 27 years old anyways. I mean, just look how cool that start is there, right? From the green forests of the Pacific Northwest, I bid you all good evening, or good morning, as the case may be. Tonight we have on some crazy guests. I tell you what, Susanna Nicola Padrig and Donna D are going to be discussing the inner workings of the Idaho 4 murders, and boy, some of the stuff they have to say is absolutely frightening. Hold on to your asses before the next episode. Before we come on to the next break. I can sit here and listen to this all day. Like, I'd love to just keep playing it on a loop while I'm working on something. There's something about it, man. There's just something about it. It's got like this really funky groove to it that it was almost written the way that cigarettes and alcohol go together. So if you have cigarettes and alcohol, play this at the same time, real special things start to happen. And I don't promote any of it, okay? I'm just telling you. So what's cool, you listen to stuff in the background in it, it's got its own little thing going on. Dum 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 dum. I think it's coming up again. Garden of the Gods, huh? Haven't I done that before? Is that it right there? Boom, 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 boom. Boom, 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 boom. You know what we should do is like have a contest. Who can do this with their own voice? You have to be like ta-da-da-da-da-da, and then be like boom, 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 boom. Hey, all right, cool. Yes, Georgina Soliker, I think you could do it. I think you would win if you really tried hard. Boom, 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 boom. Yeah, like beatboxing or bopping or whatever. Is this it right here, Cairo? The Garden of the Gods? Or is it somewhere else? Yeah, don't you think you could do it like you boom, 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 boom. And just do that like a whole bunch of times and have somebody else going, Ba-da-da! I'm just kidding. Yeah, I think it'd be pretty good though. I think it'd be pretty awesome. You know it, man. You know it. No, you can't just call in and try. You have to record it because you got all the different parts to do. Oh yeah, that was it's a troll account there. Yeah. Yeah, we always get trolls every single night. Like on the show, I do, it's been a big part of the show now is the, super chats and everything, because I do spend 4 hours a day doing the show, help support the channel, but I also like being able to give a ton of money from the income too. It's about the only way that it works over here. So, like we did 8,000 the night before, but we always, 8,000 2 months in a row, but we always got the trolls who, because they can't do anything, nor do they try to help anything at all, at all, they come in here and they try to disrupt the show and try to disparage and discredit what I do. That's just what they do, okay? So, whenever you see somebody typing like that, and just realize what's going on there. It's the same idiots over and over and over again. But yes, I do try to raise funds on the show, because if you don't try, some nights people just aren't even thinking about it. They're just doing something else, right? And so, if I don't want people to send super chats or anything if they can't afford it and it'll affect their life in some way, okay? And also, if you're just thinking, oh, I just want to send money to a charity directly, then you're more than welcome to do so. The people that are supporting me are just supporting my channel, and then at the end of the month I try to donate a huge portion back, and it seems like it's always a really big number, more than what would happen if we did constant fundraisers all the time. People would be like, oh geez, fundraiser. But at least they know in this way it's helped to keep my channel going. I really couldn't justify doing 4-hour shows 7 days a week, 365 days a year, if it was just hey, and then you get the people that go, how dare you making money on crime? And yet they never care at all when CNN and Fox News and any of these other channels cover crime. They don't sit outside them picketing, telling them to not have ads when they're talking about these cases. So they're always hypocritical at the same time. So there you go, everybody. That's the reality of it. Yeah, like Nancy Grace, right? Does anybody care that she's covering it? Does anybody tell her, how dare you, Nancy Grace? I mean, Fox News has 20-minute segments now on this case. And the reason they're doing that is because everybody wants to watch it. Hey, thanks, CaliGal3. And I actually go to sleep every night feeling good, okay? Like, wow, we're kicking ass, right? That's why we have a DNA fund that currently has 24,000 in it, and 20 or so has already been used, okay? So we're doing things here. We're not like the other, wannabe just, hey everybody, now listen, look at this right here. I was looking down here. I saw a French fry on the ground about 5 blocks away from the crime scene. I was thinking, is it possible that the killer was eating that fry and left it there? And so what I did was I put it into a little doggy bag and I took it down to the police station and I said, hey, listen, I found this fry. Now I gave you GPS coordinates of where I found that fry. And I was wondering if you could send it off to your lab and see if the DNA will come back, and maybe we can investigate that person. Yeah, I don't have time for that sort of stuff. That's the level you're getting right now on YouTube in this case. It's all over the place. It was like 6 days ago. People are doing 2 shows a day on this case, and there really isn't that much to be talking about at this point. We're sort of stuck. The Delphi case, it's really big now for all the people that have been covering it for a long time. And I just started the show, wanted to give you my theory on it, but I don't have anything new to be talking about.
Yuck food trolls.
Well, thanks, Renergy. And thank you very much, Tracy. How's it going, Tracy, by the way? Haven't seen you in a while. I challenge anyone attacking Gray for donations he receives to equally give what Gray does. Oh, yeah. There you go. Yeah, it's crazy. See, what they don't realize, it's actually from my income. It's not like... I mean, I could keep it, but I don't want to at all. It's like... I think how good does it feel, by the way, for all the freaks in here, what we do each month, and especially the DNA stuff. I know it's kind of slow right now because of the holidays. I guess, people take breaks. And sometime next year, though, things will start clicking around on our DNA stuff.
I challenge anyone attacking Gray for donations he receives to equally give what Gray does.
I think that'd be awesome, too, Mag. I think it'd be incredible. Some of these other channels that have super chats coming in like it's a slot machine, if they would do the same thing at the end of the month. Wouldn't that be amazing? How much money... For example, this channel right here, Grant Hughes Investigates, since January 2020, has given $116,750. So what if there were like 9 other channels doing the same thing? We'd be at over 1 million, and absolutely kicking ass out there, making a huge difference. But instead, that's not what's going on. You know, people just go, "Oh, Gray, you're not giving every nickel that you bring in." It's weird. You go with your bad self, Gray. I don't know what that means. Is that an Australian term? By the way, I did watch the highlights from the Australia versus, who was it? Argentina or something? They played better than they did. Like, they should have won that game, I think. I think they actually played better than Argentina did. It was weird, you know, but soccer's a weird game. Like, you could have 20 shots that hit the post, and then the other team knocks one in and they win, you know. Yeah. You won't talk about Jack S because he's not in your 3D trash. What does that even mean, you idiot? What a ridiculous comment. Oh, by the way, I think we're going to make a mug. I don't even know what that means. Yeah. So when you pause the show 3 times in 4 hours to, you know, try to do super chats or something, is that really dramatic? You know, like, is that really, you know, like something crazy? Or 3, 4 times? I mean, once an hour, two times. Let's say it's 2 in 1 hour and 1 every other hour. Well, who cares? My God, dude. Man, if you don't ask, that's just like the #1 sales thing. If you don't ask, they're not going to do it. I don't even know what it means. I don't know if you can read what they wrote. They're just really dumb. You won't talk about Jack S because he's not in your 3D trash. That made us so much sense. God, man, it's amazing. Where do these people come from? They always show up on the Delphi nights, you know. I mean, who cares that we just gave $2,000 to the ballpark last month? Forget it. Hey, Cairo, are you still out there? Because I don't know where to fly by here. It doesn't really look like it's... Where's the garden? And here's the scene here. I don't see it. All right. So thank you very much to all of you. Amber Maiden, Tosh, Mama 457 Rose, Brianna Props, J2K8s, Eugenie, Kumari Azad, Don, JP William, Jen Baird, Tawny Lee, One Sarah Books, or J Sarah Books, excuse me. Joe, I knew it didn't sound right. Jody H, DC Primetime, Annie T, Cheryl Bullock, The Velvet Army, Paul Hallett, Mama 457 Rose, Tina Stusser, Irene Cipher, DC Primetime, Anna Lily's mom with a double cat eye. Thank you very much. Angela Alex, Michelle G, Richard Fibbin, Tania Animas, Colleen Dahman, Tamara, not today, but tomorrow, Kubi, Richard Philbin, Tracy. Next on the Lido deck is Garden Girl 9, Helen Bucket Babe, Colleen Dahman, Lynette Joy, Barb Schilling, Sack and Fox Nanny, Mike S., Tamara, not today but tomorrow, Jessica Schubach, Patty G007, Chives, LMM, Georgina Stoliker, KT Recovers, Tiggy Girl, DC Primetime, Mama 457 Rose, DC Primetime again, Tracy, Marty McFly, Loretta Reyes, WNC Granny, Donna D, Susanna, Nick, Gola, Padre, Cairo said Garden of the Gods, Colorado. Let's see, is that where I am? Yeah, I'm in Colorado. Caligal 3, Renergy, Tracy, and Mag with a cat eye. Then on PayPal, we've got let's see, Gregory, Garden Girl 9, TTJO Tracy, Hallie Pike, and then Miss Angels. And then there was also a Venmo. Well, thank you guys for Venmos. Not sure I've even got those before. Yeah, and then also one from, so that was from Marie, and then Trish on Venmo. Huh. Cool. Oh, I think Cairo went to bed, but I'm not sure I'm in the right place here. Is the Garden of the Gods over here, or what is it? Oh, is that it? No, that's a building. I think the Garden of the Gods are being encroached on. Okay, here's the Visitor Center. Is it like right over here? This stuff? It doesn't really have the 3D look to it. Huh? Well, I do a flyby here, but it's kind of, it's not good. It's not, they don't have it made into 3D. How about right there? Is there something right there? Oh, look at that. There's only certain places that have the really good 3D stuff. You know, it's not really that common. I remember going to, let's see if they have it at the Grand Canyon. That'd be pretty cool. Sorry, Cairo, it didn't really have the look. Yeah, that's not even good either. Gonna have to go back to the known good spots. Maybe try to find yeah, see, there's a different look to it. See how this is like really So that doesn't look 3D either. So maybe his spot does have that. Let me see if there's something going on here. That's not good. What about this one? Might have to like reload it or something. Yeah, see, none of these aren't right either. Alright, I'm going to shut it down, see what happens. So then maybe we can go back to the Garden of the Gods. Alright. Yeah, I'll try to get some rest, Greg. You're my namesake. I've been called Greg, I would say more times than Gray when people first meet me. I'm not mumbling, Colleen. You just can't understand mumble. Learn guy code, okay? It's really clear stuff. Oh man, I've had Adobe Premiere open this whole time. Are you kidding me? My computer could have crashed at any minute. Yeah, you remember that? That was, you were like, Zozo's like, Greg, go to Uluru in Australia. It's the greatest thing in the world. And we go there and it's just the most uninspiring place that's ever been seen. It was, oh man, it was terrible. Yeah, you remember that? Wow, that was... Okay, yeah, now there we go, the 3D's in effect now. Okay, good, let's do it. Now we can do the Garden of the Gods. See that? Look at the difference there. Once the 3D crap is working. Alright, so there you go, everybody. Let's do the spin now. Alright, so here's what we're going to do tonight. We're going to spin for an everything tumbler, and that's it. That's a pretty good one, though. That's a high-level prize there. An everything tumbler. And by the way, who has a tumbler out there? Aren't they pretty sweet? You learned a lot tonight? I've learned a lot. Good night. I do not spin the wheel. What do you mean you do not spin the wheel? What does that mean? I don't know what that means. I do though. I spin it. By the way, I am going to make that mug soon that says, I don't even know what that means. And I'm gonna have my face. Okay, look it. Let me get off of here. Okay, it's gonna be like this. It's gonna be my face. I'm gonna go like this. I don't even know what that means. Okay, and it's gonna be like a drawing version of that. Alright, that's what's coming. It's coming, man. Yeah, I do Canada. It doesn't matter. I mean, it costs a hell of a lot more, but it is what it is. It's the chances. All right, everybody, here we go. We're shuffling. This is for the Everything Tumbler. And when I get the notebooks again one of these days, I'm probably going to do it tomorrow. I'll order some. We will, and I have to do the spins again for the channel members and things. I keep running out of time. I keep working on that 3D shit. But this one's, and then once I get the notebooks, I might send those out for prizes sometimes too. All right, you guys, here we go. Here comes the spin. Woohoo! The Everything Tumbler that has every single image known to mankind on it. Lynette Joy. Can you believe that, everybody? All right, Lynette Joy just won the Everything Tumbler. But she fell asleep hours ago, so we're going to I'm just kidding. She won. Very cool, everybody. Lynette Joy won the very sought-after Everything Tumbler. That was cool. Yeah. Anyways, thank you guys very much for being here tonight. We're going to do the flyby here in a minute. All right, so thank you for being here, and we'll see you guys next time. All right, everybody? So until next time, be safe out there. And a 1, and a 2, and a 3, and a 4, and a 5. I've been doing this true crime thing for quite a while now. And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime
Dissector, thug rejector,
I'm a
a certified human lie detector. I'm gonna get you, wanna stretch you. If you can't play me like an old projector, crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector, freak connector, and I'm always gonna be a pop protector, full deflector, interceptor. And I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his pector with all respect, y'all. Just remember every technical conjecture. I have no agenda, I'm no pretender, and I'll serve it to you straight without a blender. And in the end, I'm gonna send ya on a mission to reveal a true offender.
Yeah, so I'll just get right back to work. All right, everybody? Talk to you. Wow, Mary Lou's like trying to get that. What's the name of that song? It was called like E-I-E-I-O or something. Yeah. Wow, that was pretty good though, Mary Lou. Pretty good. All right, here we go. Let's see. Gotta put the middle monitor. Get some music going. What song? It's called, believe it or not, the song that we play is called Furious Freaks. Now, what are the odds of that? It just happened to be the case. And let me get rid of me on here. And here we go.
Hey everybody, look at that! It's the Garden of the Gods, right? This is boss!
Okay, nobody says boss anymore, okay?
I say it though, great, yay! Wow, Gray, this is really neato! What's bitchin'?
run out of the clarity. Like, look out, these are so clear right here. Alright, everybody. Well, that's it. There it is. Garden of the Gods. Just for Cairo, except you went to bed before we even went there. So anyways, thank you guys very much for watching. We'll see you guys tomorrow, where we'll be 6 days into the month. And probably, I would say 7 days into the month. Maybe we'll do our first donation of the month somewhere. What do you think of that? So thank you guys very much for being here, and that's what's been really cool in the last few months is, you know, being able to donate so much more during the month. Like we actually gave last month the same amount that we used to do at the very end of the month during the month. Like the last day of the month was the same amount that we gave throughout the month, and got to 8,000 again, just like we did the month before. So that was pretty sweet. It's cool to be able to do that from the income. So anyways, thank you guys very much. We'll see you guys tomorrow. And as I always say, until next time, be safe out there. And one more, let's do the rap one more time, but without Mary Lou singing. Okay? Alright, where is that? Without Mary Lou singing.
How come, Gray? I really like to sing. I really like to sing. I really do.
Yeah, we know Mary Lou, but yeah, can we just hear it one time?
For quite a while
okay,
now.
Great.
And during this whole time, I have not seen one person that is a crime dissector.
Hey, somebody said my name. I out there.
Gonna get ya on a stretcher if you try and play me like an old projector. Crime sector is my nectar. Professor Gray is gonna give another lecture. Crime collector.
Mary Lou, I heard. Mary Lou, I told you not to do it.
Fool deflector.
I'm not, Gray, Jesus.
And I'm meaner than a spectre with a vector on his spectre. With all respect, y'all.
I can hear you, Mary Lou. We can all hear you.
I have no agenda. I'm no pretender. And I'll serve it to you straight without the blender. And in the end,
I can still hear you, Mary Lou.
On a mission to reveal the true offender.
Gosh,
yeah,
Gray.
So I'll just get right back
You're
to
mean.
it. All right, everybody.
You're so mean, Gray. I was just trying to do some singing in the background. I didn't think you would hear. I didn't think anybody would mind. I was just singing.
I heard, but we all heard you anyways, Mary Lou. We could hear you singing the whole time. You were singing over and over and over again, but it got quieter and quieter. You know when like kids are in the back of the car and one of them hits the other kid and you say, hey, don't hit him again. And then right when you after you tell them to do that, you turn around and one of them just barely nicks the other one. Then they keep hitting each other softer and softer, but each one wants to get the last punch in.
I guess it is kind of similar to that. I kept making it quieter.
Well, thank you for acknowledging that, Mary Lou. I think you're on a course to becoming a better person.
What do you mean, Gray? I thought I was a good person. Gee! Good night, everybody. Gee!
Wow, that sounded absolutely pathetic, Mary Lou. You are ridiculous. That was... I almost... You know what, Mary Lou? I'm going to give you a freebie. You have to say it the normal way, because even though we all hate it, it's just the way it is.
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do it, Gray.
Please, Mary Lou.
Okay. Good night, everybody. Gee!
Oh, God. Aren't we all glad we waited for that?
See, Gray, you're mean. You tricked me.
Well, it was fun to listen to. Okay, Mary Lou. Good night, everybody. Be safe out there.